Hi, Val, it's Betsy. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Betsy.
It's loud here, so I can't hear you, but I know we
Can you
can
hear me
hear
now?
you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock. Oh, he's here. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. is Mariah on? She is, okay. Let me know when I can start.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. And good evening to all of those watching elsewhere. Welcome to the March 20th, 2025 meeting of the Brookline School Committee. So tonight we'll be continuing our discussion of strategies to increase revenues and reduce expenses for fiscal year 2026. Let me just say what the order of what I'm expecting the order of topics to be tonight. So we've got public comment first, and we have 16 speakers tonight, which is far fewer than we've had for the last two meetings. I think we should be able to accommodate everybody at the beginning of the meeting this time. After that, we'll be discussing custodial services first, and then the Adaptive Learning Center, Brookline High School, IT and computers, transportation excluding special education, and the building department. And next week, I expect we'll take up the Brookline Early Education Program, Office of Student Services, and Brookline Adult and Community Education. That last item, we've been expecting to talk about that today, but it's going to need more staff work. All right. Base. So that had been on the list for today, but it will need more time for staff to be able to present to us on that. Okay, so let us start with our public comment. So we'll be accommodating everybody in the order in which they signed up. We have 16 speakers. As always, 3 minutes per speaker. And yeah, we listen attentively, but our policy is not to respond in the moment to comments that we get during meetings. So our first speaker is Emily Jaffe. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Emily Jaffe, and I am the chair of the Brookline CPAC, the Special Education Parent Advisory Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here tonight. CPAC firmly opposes any student-facing cuts, including the proposed reduction of 8 Learning Center teachers across our schools. We stand with the parents and teachers who have spoken out about how harmful these cuts will be. Tonight, however, I want to highlight an equally critical but less discussed issue that impacts our most vulnerable learners, the proposed new position reduction of a special educator of the Adaptive Learning Center, or the ALC, at the Lincoln School. There are currently 2 ALC classrooms servicing students across 8 grades, and a 3rd classroom is absolutely necessary. The ALC program was designed to keep our most vulnerable students in the district and connected to the Brookline community. ALC students typically have complex academic and medical profiles with multiple developmental, physical, and cognitive disabilities. Many students are nonverbal and require alternative devices for communication. Most of these students have one-to-one para support throughout the day. The responsibilities of the ALC teachers and paraprofessionals are extensive. They ensure student safety relating to feeding and swallowing, seizures, severe food allergies, bolting, and eloping. They follow feeding, work programs, and behavior plans, all of which require frequent training with specialists. They modify inclusion classwork for each student, for every lesson, every day, and they collect data on daily work, social behavior, food intake, toileting, play, and transitions. In short, our ALC teachers create individualized schedules, accommodations, and modifications to ensure equitable access to education and compliance with the law, as this is a guaranteed tenet under the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act. Keeping class sizes manageable ensures that teachers can provide the one-on-one support, instruction, and interventions that these students need to succeed. This year, the lower ALC has 6 students and the upper ALC has 5. ALC teachers are already stretched to capacity. With 2 new students set to join the program this fall, a 3rd middle classroom is critical. Eliminating the planned middle classroom leaves 2 possible scenarios, both of which are unacceptable. The first scenario is a lower grade cohort grouped by age that will include 8 students, doubling the typical class size for ALC classrooms and making it impossible for students to receive the necessary support from their special educators, with some students not seeing their teacher even once on any given day. The second scenario requires the district to obtain a DESE waiver to bypass the 48-month age gap rule, a special education mandate that ensures instructional groups remain developmentally appropriate. This would result in a classroom with third graders and seventh graders learning together. Would you be okay with this if it was your own child? I assure you this would never happen in a general education setting, and to allow for this in the ALC is unconscionable and inequitable. A third middle classroom where students are grouped with appropriate peers in smaller class sizes is needed to ensure compliance with the free and appropriate public education mandate. The budgeted amount for a new hire is $95,513, but we believe a solution could be accomplished for less. A graduate student teacher in the ALC who already knows the students and is eager to take on the role could step in as the third ALC teacher at a first-year teacher salary, thus contributing to a smaller budget gap without compromising the quality of education for our most vulnerable children. Given the high level of need and complexity, there is no place less safe in which to cut funding in our district, and no place more likely for a violation of special education rights to occur in our schools. Please support the creation of a third ALC classroom. Thank you.
All right, Andy. Andy?
Thank you, Ms. Jaffe. Yeah, so the
Dr.
school committee
Guillory?
can't respond, but I'm going to ask Dr. Guillory if you'd like to just say something for informational purposes.
Sure thing. Thank you, Dr. Liu. We did, Dr. Schmuckler is somewhere in the room, I think, still. She met with the Lincoln team this week, and based on the information that they have shared, is recommending adding back that third ALC, and you'll see that in the presentation tonight. So ALC is back, but Dr. Schmuckler will talk about that when it comes up in the presentation as well.
Thanks, Dr. Guillory. Our second speaker is Shirley Shee. Oh, they merged. Okay, so Emily has already spoken for her. All right, so then our next speaker is Maeve Kelly.
Can I make this a little taller? Thank you. Oh, I can, yeah, holding it's good too. Hello, yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Maeve Kelly, and I'm a graduate of Brookline High School, class of 2016. I was lucky enough to attend Brookline High School because of my father, George Kelly, who was a custodian at Baker School at the time. First, I know, round of applause. First, I want to take a moment to thank the town for not raising the material fee. This will continue for students like me to have opportunities to go to incredible high schools, so thank you for doing that. I also want to thank you for the actions you took last week in regards to the food service workers. And I am looking forward to seeing the same results tonight for the custodians. I left Boston Latin School in 2012 and started at Brookline High School as a freshman. I remember being terrified on my first day. I didn't know a single person, and I was walking into a school where kids had known each other since they were 5 years old. But what I didn't know was when I walked through the doors of Brookline High School that I already had friends. Countless classmates sought me out because they knew I was George Kelly's daughter. My dad had already made friends for me while working at Baker. He had become a fixture in so many students' lives, whether he met them during the school musical, a basketball practice in the gym, or simply a friendly face in the hallway when they needed a moment to breathe. My father even had a student who took breaks in the hallway with him, spending time sweeping to decompress. My dad built this into his schedule, not because it's in his job description, but because he cares. And that's the kind of person my dad is. And that's the kind of person that the town is now considering replacing. And I'm sure, and I know that my dad's story is just one of many, many stories of all these people in this room. Custodians are not just nameless faces to teachers and students. They are an integral part of the school community. They make sure teachers have their classrooms set up the way they like. They learn which kids might need a little extra support or a friendly face in the hallway. These workers are not just doing a job, they're building relationships and creating a safe, supportive environment for our students. As we sit here tonight discussing whether to keep these crucial jobs, it is so important to consider the custodians going to sleep every night wondering if they'll have a job when they wake up in the morning. These custodians have the backs of students and teachers every single day in ways that we may never know. Now it's time for the town of Brookline to have their backs. The relationships custodians have built with their school communities cannot be replaced or replicated. The town needs to support them the way they support our schools. Keeping our students safe and happy means keeping those familiar faces in our school. I'd like to end by asking everyone on the board to take a moment to think about the people whose jobs are currently on the line, whether they are here in this room, currently getting our schools ready for tomorrow, or at home with their families trying to maintain some sense of normalcy. I urge the board to take all of this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Our next speaker is Matthew Rosenthal.
Thank you. Great. Good evening. My name is Matthew Rosenthal, and I'm the K-8 Math Curriculum Coordinator, a position I've held for the last 5 years. Prior to that, I was the ECS Coordinator, Enrichment and Challenge Support, for an additional 5 years, so I know all about budget cuts. Next year will be my 30th as an educator. I have a doctorate in leadership and management. I'm speaking tonight to ask you, the school committee, to maintain the K-8 curriculum coordinator positions as they are currently constituted: K-8 math, K-8 English, K-8 science, K-8 social studies. Throughout K-8, we have outstanding elementary and middle school math teachers and math specialists, and of course, hardworking students. Our 8th grade had among the highest math MCAS scores in the entire state. I'm always giving credit to teachers and students for this success, as they deserve it. But tonight, I'm going out of character to praise the work from our coordinator's office. As K-8, we have specialized knowledge of how students learn our subject from elementary to middle school. We are in classes almost daily, first-hand observers of how students respond to curriculum. This fall, I sat in on 75 K-5 elementary math classes and all 20 middle school math teachers' classes. My records aren't as polished this winter, when I had to ensure continuity of learning and a solid curriculum were in place following the tragic passing of one teacher, plus another one out on medical leave. And I also spent the last 3 days this week directly assisting 7th graders with their math project. I am consulted when we have a 7th grader new to Brookline who has already completed our entire middle school math curriculum. What do? We have a 5th grader who comes from another country with limited interrupted schooling and is operating at a 1st grade level. What do? And every other student in between: special education, English learners, students at, above, and below grade level. We can track student progress across K-8 because our schools are set up that way, K-8. I can see how standards develop from year to year, from 1st graders answering how many more pencils are needed to make 11 when we have 6, to middle schoolers solving 3x plus 2 equals 14. I can trace the development of algebra. From kindergartners making arrangements of 6 green tiles to 8th graders tessellating the plane with rigid shapes, I can see the development of geometry. This allows me to help teachers to help students and use our curriculum to support this journey. When I'm not in classrooms, I maintain student data. I structure, collect, analyze, and disseminate data and use it to drive instructional practices. I set up the rosters, preferences, and training modules for standardized assessments that span elementary and middle schools. I oversee accounts and supplementary materials for math intervention in both elementary and middle schools. Nobody knows the K-8 math budget like I do. From the $500,000 curriculum renewal in elementary to the digital and print options for middle school, down to the 3 different size Lincoln cubes that have the same serial number. I am uniquely and intimately aware, all the knowledge of which will go away if these positions are altered. As math coordinator, I already sacrificed over $100,000 in materials under the premise that I'd be in this role because I can maintain level services even with a dramatically reduced budget. Finally, all of the above can be said about my K-8 coordinator colleagues as well. I ask that you maintain our current positions. All our students and teachers deserve content expertise in our K-8 schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Our next speaker is Lucy McNeil.
Hello. Okay. All right. Hi, I'm Lucy McNeil. I'm a 6th grade science teacher at Pierce School. I'm here to talk about 2 of the proposed cuts. The first one being for the custodial staff and the second one being for K-8 curriculum coordinators. Since Matt just spoke, I'll first speak for K through 8 curriculum coordinators. As a science educator, these two roles that I'm going to talk about are essential for me completing my job and doing it effectively. For curriculum coordinators, I started in Brookline 5 years ago, and without the role of Emily Speck, who trained me to be a science educator, I would not be the teacher I am today, and the curriculum would not look at all like it does today. When I joined, teachers did not have collaboration. There was no work for a new sub in the district. She fully created a curriculum where schools can collaborate with each other. We have meetings weekly because of her. I have a whole team that I can turn to on any day that I'm out that will have sub plans ready for me. She has personally come into my room to sub for me. And she just, if you have coordinators that are working across grade levels instead of content specialists, they won't have the knowledge that Matt was talking about, where they know from kindergarten to 8th grade how a child develops a science mindset, how they develop a mathematical mindset. So that is essential for me in keeping that role. She gets all of our materials for us. Without her coordinating that, I would be doing that on my own, which would be detrimental to me in terms of actually having teaching time for students. Next, I want to speak to our custodial staff. I've worked at both Baker, FRR, and at Pierce, and I can say that as a science educator, having relationships with the custodial staff is essential. Right now, we're working at Pierce with no running sinks. So literally just the other day, Eunice and I were hauling water up to my room. Without having the amazing hardworking staff that we have there, I would not be able to teach science. And I just want to speak to safety and security in schools starts with custodial staff that you can trust. They come in. They are the first ones in. They're the last ones out. They know students, teachers, classrooms. If you just look at the Pierce school move, Eunice, Maddie, Matt, Bo, Elizabeth single-handedly moved an entire school, right? If I had people that I didn't know moving those buildings, and I know I speak for Pierce teachers, right, we would not have trusted everything to get back right to where it was, right? They single-handedly helped us rearrange our whole rooms. We were working minutes before the first day of school to get classrooms ready for students. So I just cannot understate how hardworking the people in this room are and how critical it is that you have a relationship with the custodial staff in your building. I have other things. If you walk into our building, you can literally see Eunice, Elizabeth greeting kids immediately. They're running to them. They're giving them hugs. Eunice has known the students and the families at this school better than anyone. And so I really encourage you to think about what you're doing.
Thank you, Ms. McNeil. Our next speaker is Faith Dantowitz. Okay. Speaking also on behalf of Linda Monick.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you to the school committee for your time and commitment. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Linda Monick.
Okay, Faith, do you mind standing a bit closer to the mic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me better now?
That's better. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 critical issues to address tonight. One of them is the ALC, which we just heard is no longer an issue, but I'm still going to mention it because as CPAC leader Emily Jassy highlighted, merging ALC students across wide age gaps is unacceptable. There's a reason it requires a DESE waiver. If you wouldn't place a 3rd grader in a class with 7th graders, why would we do this for our most vulnerable students? There is an effortless solution that was designed by Liz O'Connell. The ALC was registered as a day program, allowing it to accept students from other districts for a fee. This revenue could fully fund more than the 1 full-time special educator needed. Additionally, the intern at ALC is exceptional. Her salary is well below the original cost estimated. There is no reason to not add the 3rd classroom. Winthrop House is another missed opportunity. Another day program, Winthrop House, was also set up under Lisa O'Connor and Sarah Ladner-Apollo. There was significant demand for both of these programs, yet instead of leveraging them as revenue generators, the Office of Administration and Finance continued to undermine student services. Why not strengthen these programs, increase peer cohorts, and position Brookline as a leader in special education? The final issue is cuts to the ACE program. they create another equity issue. Imagine a program where 42% of students are on IEPs, 60% are students of color, 11% identify as LGBTQIA, 45% qualify for free or reduced lunches. That's the ACE program. Now imagine this program consistently succeeds year after year, disproportionately benefiting students of color, students who are economically disadvantaged, and students on IEPs. ACE is a competency-based program alternative for grades 10 to 12, designed for small class sizes with specialized educators. The partnership of Kara Lopez and Amy Baer is critical to its success. Despite being cut to half-time, Kara manages both ACE and a general education caseload. Her impact is immeasurable. Yet Anthony Meyer threatened to remove her and increase class sizes by 25 to 35%, a move that would destabilize at least 42% of students in the program. Fun facts about ACE: 33% of ACE's students graduating this year will be the first generation to attend college. ACE was awarded an exemplar and then just last year recognized again by the Rennie Center. The headmaster of Brookline High, who is recommending these cuts, has never spent a class nor a day in the ACE program, nor has he spoken with their student government, despite his recommendation that we will hear later today. Increasing ACE sizes does not equate to one full-time educator. It is destructive. ACE serves students who don't fit into the general education lens. If the program can no longer meet their needs, we risk sending students to out-of-district placements, costing between $80,000 and $170,000 per year. This is not a cost savings measure. It is financial and educational negligence. A final reminder: out in this community, I continue to hear that students with disabilities are too expensive, thanks to the chronic criticism we have heard from the Office of Administration and Finance. Yet even their office understands that students have a legal right to a free and appropriate public education in their least restrictive environment and a like cohort, as mandated by IDEA and DESE. Despite these legal obligations remain unpaid, and critical programs to student success are being unjustly targeted. If these cuts continue, Brookline will face higher costs, whether in legal battles or in out-of-district placements. Jesse, Val, Andy, Helen, and Carolyn, you voted to eliminate Office of Educational Equity. Here is your opportunity to support building-based equity. I urge the school committee to stop these damaging changes to equity and to our students with disabilities, demand accountability from administration and finance, and invest and profit from the programs that serve our most vulnerable students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dantowitz. Our next speaker is Cassandra Prokowski.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's good. Thank you. Dear School Committee, my name is Cassandra Prokowski, and I am currently a 5th grade teacher at Hayes and have taught in 3 learning centers across the district. I could not do my job without my team. This team includes, but is not limited to, adjustment counselors, psychologists, and the learning center teachers. On March 13th, a mock K-2 learning center schedule was presented. There are many reasons why we cannot base decisions off of this schedule. Some are: learning center caseloads grow and shift to accommodate the various needs of learner, classroom teacher requests, testing, and students added to a caseload. The schedule needs to be flexible. One schedule presented or caseload looked into cannot show insight on the complexity and realities of a learning center teacher schedule. At the same meeting, it was stated that the one-to-one time shown on, again, a mock schedule was a gift. I will tell you as a Learning Center teacher, it does not feel like a gift to write sub-separate curriculum for a student who is developmentally different from their peers, making it not possible to work within their grade level. It is not feeling like a gift when a student's behaviors are so severe they need to work in a one-to-one environment to prevent them from being unsafe to themselves or others. And it is certainly not a gift that a student has so much anxiety around taking risks, looking different from others, and having difficulties that they cannot gain the skills they need with a room full of peers. The gift is the students, and the gift is the glow in the room when a concept sticks, but the gift is not a one-to-one time because of factors that are beyond the child's control, the complexity of the schedule, or the only way we can meet a child where they are. This is a requirement. These cuts would also affect specialized programs across our district. Every child on an IEP has a team who works together to ensure the whole child has their needs met, from the classroom to the playground and everywhere in between. We are currently out of compliance in some of these programs across the district. Each day, paraprofessionals, learning center teachers, psychologists, adjustment counselors are relied on to jump in and fill gaps in spare minutes. If you vote to cut or eliminate any learning center teachers or members of the team, you will, without a doubt, put more stress and strain on already understaffed programs. I would like to shine light on the team I rely on every day. Currently in my classroom, 1/4 of my students receive Learning Center services, and I value and seek out support from the Learning Center all day. For one of the push-in service times, the Learning Center teacher and I co-teach and run centers in the room to target underdeveloped skills, provide extensions, or extra practice on the current concept. Without having a Learning Center teacher with me, this differentiated time would not be possible. Logistically, take MCAS. Less Learning Center teachers means students could not receive their testing accommodations, including a small group, familiar facilitator, human read aloud, etc., and 2 classrooms could not test at once. I find it extremely important to reiterate I could not do my current job as a 5th grade teacher without a fully funded school and my team. My teacher team, my special education team, and my counseling team. Together we know every part of the student, and together we are able to give an individualized education. There is not a day I don't collaborate on something to try with someone, and by considering a cut to any of these roles, there will be an impact that cannot be undone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perkowski. Our next speaker is Daniel Lipton.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Lipton. I'm a 2nd grade teacher at FRR, a parent at Driscoll and BHS, a Brookline resident, and a staff member at Brookline Adult and Community Education. As you know, last week I came and sang my plea around the budget. Since the budget hasn't been fixed since last week, you guys are stuck hearing my terrible singing one more time, but this time it's not a Whitney Houston song. At first I was afraid, I was petrified, thinking the schools need 8.5 million by our side. And after spending nights thinking about staff and student rights, I grew strong and I learned we must all get along. And now I'm back in this same place, hoping you will get the town to use their funds and give us grace. We shouldn't have to lose our staff, we shouldn't be in misery. We've got to do this, so please join me. Go on now, go. Walk out the door, turn around now. Tell the town we won't take it anymore. You've got the power, you've got the key. Advocate to the select board and change our destiny. We will survive, no large class size. We'll show loyalty to our community and rationalize. The town's got 8.5 million to give. Our schools have got to live, and we'll survive. We'll survive. Hey, hey. I keep coming back to this mic with the same old plea. I'm thinking all of you are getting tired of me, but I can't give up on this town. No, we're not going down. We'll survive. We'll survive. Hey, hey. Please remember, kids need programs in the summer. Ending smart summers at adult ed would be a bummer. And for our emotional success, we need social workers and guidance to help us with student stress. And I will keep going on until we fix this mess. I must confess, I will advocate 5 sections of all grades at FRR would be so great. And though my focus is on paras and on Unit A, cutting from Unit B isn't the way. We need all our programs. Kids get only one chance at their education. Let's be an example for our nation. Please listen to what I said. No cuts to BEU, custodians, or adult ed. Please do what you gotta do to see our community through so we survive. All cuts are bad cuts. Please help us find another way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lipton. Our next speaker is Morgan Waite.
I think so. Can everyone hear me? Is that okay? Okay. Good evening. My name is Morgan Waite, and I'm a 7th and 8th grade Learning Center teacher at the Brookline High School. I'm here to protest the potential cut to any of the special education programs or positions in the Brookline schools. As a Learning Center teacher, I serve some of our most vulnerable students. I provide the middle school students with interventions mandated by their individualized education program. This can include specialized instruction in reading, writing, math, executive functioning skills, and social skills. I also provide support for social emotional interventions and share goals with occupational therapists and speech and language pathologists. I am the team liaison for my students' families. When it comes to information about their students, they come to me and I help them connect with the people they need to connect with. My students rely on me not only to provide their interventions, but to work with their teachers to ensure that their accommodations and modifications are followed with fidelity, allowing them equal access to the curriculum. What my students don't see is the hours I put into paperwork, such as writing their individualized education plans, their academic evaluation reports, academic testing, consultations with their teachers and other service providers, as well as creating all of the modified and accommodated materials that they need. I provide these services to 18 students. I know that we were talking about how measuring by student number isn't the best way to do this. I did the calculations today. That's over 2,000 minutes for all of my students outside of the classroom, as well as about an additional 3,000 minutes of support inside the classroom for all my students. I know my fellow special educators in this district face similar caseload sizes. Already there is not enough time in the day to complete everything that I would like to complete, much less the things that need to happen. So what would happen if the special educator positions were cut? What would happen if we didn't have enough special educators in our district? Maybe you might think that we could change what we write in the IEPs to match what we can currently provide. However, services by law are required to be written as students need them. We can't say maybe they won't have a para next year because we don't have a para. If they need a para, we have to say that they need a para in their classroom with them. So even if we cut our providers, the student service numbers will stay the same. If services aren't delivered due to too large caseload sizes and not enough time, then our parents will use their right to due process to ensure their students receive the services they are entitled to. What does the outcome of due process look like? It looks like more meetings, which requires staff presence, which causes other students to miss out on services. It looks like compensatory services, which could look like weekend tutoring, additional service time, or additionally hired staff. It could even look like the district providing funding to send students out of district, where oftentimes the tuition for one student costs more than my yearly salary. Not only will having fewer special educators cost the district more money in the long run, it has a disastrous immediate impact on the students we serve. As group sizes go up, research shows that the effects of special education decrease. Large caseload sizes for educators translate to minimal to no progress on IEP goals, and students staying in the incorrect settings. Given all of this information, I urge the school board to protect our most vulnerable students and make the smart choice in protecting our budget from unnecessary special education costs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Waite. And our next speaker is James Durkin.
What's that? We're sneaking over. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Durkin here tonight on behalf of the ASPE school custodians and to speak on the administration's latest plan, which we were told yesterday is to cut 17 union custodians and replace them with 5 to 7 contract cleaners. They claim they can save $415,000 to $599,000 through this proposal. Here's some more figures to consider: $174,000 to $348,000. That range is a conservative estimate of the cost to Brookline taxpayers in the first half of next fiscal year if you approve this proposal. About 80% of that range would be for unemployment compensation, with the remaining amount representing your contractual obligations to pay laid-off workers for unused paid leave time. That range is based on how long the workers would be unemployed, how much unused time they have on the books, as well as their current wages. Based on many years of experience, my estimate is you'll land somewhere right in the middle, around $260,000. So we respectfully ask you to consider the cost of unemployment and payouts for unused accrued time, and ask the administration if they factored that into the amount of savings they claim they can achieve by kicking these trusted custodians to the curb. Perhaps more importantly, please also ask yourselves if you can trust the administration's estimated savings numbers, which seem to change as often as Trump's tariff policies. After all, it's no secret that in addition to the exploding 43% growth in the administration's budget over the past few years, there's also been some serious problems keeping the books straight around here. But I don't have to tell the committee this. You're the ones who asked the town to pay at least $45,000 to have an outside group audit their books. If this plan is approved, would also like to know the timeline for requesting competitive bids for all the work that is outsourced, both current and prospective. Since this is about saving money, we assume the administration and you would want a competitive bidding process. Would also like to know how much they're paying the current contractor now. We don't know because they refused to give us the contract or any of the other information we requested. But look, let's be honest. This isn't about closing an immediate deficit. The proponents of privatization are playing a long game here. They're using a budget crisis that they played a big role in creating to convince you to permanently eliminate the cost of providing decent health insurance coverage for these workers and their families, and eliminating their responsibility to contribute their share of the workers' pension plan costs. And they're doing it while still posting high six-figure management jobs and making sure their pensions and health care coverage are safe and sound, not to mention their existing high six-figure salaries. Finally, they're doing it without giving any real consideration to all the pitfalls associated with replacing trusted, experienced custodians with a cleaning crew of strangers with no connection to our school communities. I hope you all took the time to read the packet of articles I gave you at the last meeting regarding the chaos that ensued when the Chelmsford schools were led down this path. And as you weigh this matter, I hope you realize that's the kind of problems you will be bringing to your schools if you support this reckless and short-sighted plan. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to acknowledge Betsy here, who did some backflips to get all the public speakers in first tonight and not wait till the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Betsy, for your help as always. Yeah. All right, thank you, Mr. Durkin. And our next speaker is Justin Brown.
Can you hear me? All right, good evening, Chair Liu and members of the school committee.
Maybe stand closer to the mic, actually. You're quite tall. So.
All right, how's this?
That's better. Yeah.
Good evening, Chair Liu and members of the school committee, Superintendent Guillory and your team, fellow educators and union members, and other school stakeholders who are present or watching from home. I'm Justin Brown, the president of the Brookline Educators Union, and I'd like to touch on three things. First, as president of a union representing almost 1,300 educators in Brookline, I wanted to be clear that we stand alongside our union siblings in AFSCME who are here tonight pushing against the further privatization of their jobs. And Any further loss of custodian jobs would be a significant loss for our schools, our students, and for Brookline. There is a material difference between what the custodial staff offers our schools and what can be offered by a private company. All teaching and learning has to happen in physical space, and physical space needs to be cared for. These people know the buildings, have relationships with educators, students, and the public, and must possess an increasingly wide body of knowledge to care for buildings as old as Baker and as new as Driscoll. Vote to save these jobs. Second, I'd like to remind everyone of our position. We think that through a one-time movement of funds by the Select Board from certified free cash to the school department, the multi-million-dollar budget gap can be bridged right now. No further proposals and a restoration of the positions and programs already cut. To be clear, we are not advocating for reckless fiscal management or something that would put the town's AAA bond rating at risk. Our analysis shows that such a move would not jeopardize these things. This is a crisis, an emergency, in need of both a short-term fix and a long-term structural solution so that the pattern of underfunding can stop. You've heard and will hear from educators that rainy day funds should be used when it's raining and it is pouring. Third, I want to talk about educators being injured on the job as the result of aggressive, dysregulated student behavior. At half of our pre-K to 8 schools this year, I have talked with teams of educators who are impacted by injuries. Educators are being bitten, kicked, assaulted with objects, strangled, punched, and having their hair pulled out. This is happening to paraprofessionals, to teachers, and to administrators. These emergency situations pull educators away from their other duties and responsibilities, starting a cascading impact on entire school communities. No one should go to work expecting to be hurt. This is not the fault of students. This is the result of underfunding, undertraining, understaffing, the lack of resources and a plan, the lack of time for educators to meet, and other things, all of which have budgetary implications. We are failing to meet the moment, and our educators and students are paying the price. Do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Our next speaker is Jamie Rondo.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Rondo, and I'm a 3 to 5 Learning Center teacher at Hayes. Any budget cut is like playing Jenga. Every piece removed weakens the structure, but cutting special ed teachers isn't just pulling a block, it's yanking the foundation out from our most vulnerable students. Special education is not just about teaching. It's about proving students need help before they receive services. This process is called an evaluation, which is very time-consuming. Each evaluation requires multiple legally mandated tests, taking at least 6 hours per student, at least, all during the school day. Every 3 years, students must be reevaluated, so even without new students, evaluations remain consistent. Some districts hire outside evaluators. We do not. All special ed teachers in the district do evaluations, including those from private schools. The year I started with 8 students, I conducted 7 evaluations, 42 hours lost from my students' instruction. 1 fewer teacher means picking up extra evaluations, costing students at least 54 hours of missed instruction. Evaluations also increase caseloads. I started with 8 students and gained 4. If I started at 12, I would have ended the year with 17 or more. Evaluations determine who needs help, but once they qualify, the question is how we meet their needs. In Brookline, Learning Center teachers run 2 programs at once, students working close to grade level instruction and students who require life skills instruction that do not qualify for RISE or ALC. This means I might be spending 1 period teaching dividing fractions, but the next teaching my student how to walk to class independently. Individual sessions happen because there are no peers in their grade working on the same thing. It is not a gift. I've seen more neurotypical students grow 4 grade levels in just 2 years, but this was when they were given individualized instruction. But this kind of progress is only possible when caseloads remain manageable. When caseloads increase, students are placed in groups that don't meet their needs. Not everyone benefits, and eventually everyone loses. Our district is already facing very serious allegations, and families are even more furious. Cutting Learning Center teachers only make things worse. More students per teacher equals less individualized instruction. More evaluations per teacher means fewer direct service hours. More compliance complaints means that there's more lawsuits and costly out-of-district placements. Our enrollment will keep dropping, and with the Learning Center, we'll be paying for far more than it would have ever saved. If we cut Learning Center teachers, just like my proposed caseload, we could turn this 8 million crisis into 12 million more. Right now, we're pulling too many Jenga blocks. With every Learning Center teacher cut or cuts to educators, we weaken the foundation holding up our most vulnerable students. If we keep removing the support, our entire school system will collapse. The question is, will we stop pulling blocks before it's too late?
Thank you, Ms. Rondo. Our next speaker is Rachel Keegan-McGlynn.
Is this okay? I'm a different height. Thank you very much. Perfect. Thank you. Good? My name is Rachel Keegan-McGlynn. Thank you very much, all of you, for tonight. I was a special educator at the Lawrence School, and I'm currently the Hayes Educational Team Facilitator, which is a building level special education administrator. I'm speaking to you tonight regarding the proposed cuts of 8 special educator positions. I've heard this question: are we currently meeting the legally mandated requirements for services in students' IEPs? And what is the allowable size for learning center groups? The answer to those questions don't necessarily provide much information. The legal limit is one thing, but to use these guidelines would in most cases lead to special education in name only. We can call something a service, but it doesn't make it true. A more informative question would be, what are the criteria for effective instructional groupings? The answers would vary across groups depending on the individual student needs in that group, which is why in the model schedule you saw last week, there are different group sizes. To suggest that we could cut special educators and spread their caseloads across the building by just plugging in additional students to existing groups is completely erroneous. What are the criteria for effective instructional groupings? You need groups that are of a functional size. To be clear, it is very rare to have a group above 4, maybe 5 students who require specialized instruction in which their needs could be met. It would require all students to be working on the same skills at compatible levels, have schedules across classrooms that would allow them to be seen at the same time, and to have skills in place that would support engaging with learning with minimal individual redirection from the special educator. Otherwise, we're just putting out fires and students are frustrated because we're wasting their time. Special educators don't want to see children individually. It's not generally supported by research. It's a more restrictive setting for students, and it means less time for the many other aspects of our roles. When special educators do schedule students individually, it very likely means that there's no other way. Often it's due to high level of need and a lack of viable learning peers. It's a professional decision we don't make lightly. Increasing group sizes without regard to student needs will place us in the position of fielding caregivers' very justified concerns that their children are not receiving the services they require in order to make effective progress. And what will we say? It is our moral obligation to advocate for the needs of our students, not to make excuses for town bodies that don't prioritize their learning. We will continue to articulate the necessary conditions for their progress, and that absolutely starts with adequate staffing levels. I've spoken to the select board about the interconnectedness of our work to support students, all of us, and I stand by that. Don't ask which positions to be cut. Ask why we're not adequately funding schools to meet students' needs. I urge you to transfer the needed funds to the school department to fix the budget gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keegan McGlynn. Our next speaker is Emily Manning Mingle.
Can you help me? Thank you. Okay. Hello, my name is Emily Manning Mingle. This is my 13th year working as a visual arts teacher in Brookline and my 10th year as a middle school girls basketball coach. I'm here to thank you for agreeing to continue funding the intramural sports program, though an increase of $300 per student feels prohibited for some. And I urge you to remove the reduction in custodial staff from your proposals. When I was in graduate school, a key piece of advice that one of my professors gave was to befriend the custodians. Because of the part-time nature of my position, I have worked at 5 of our K-8 schools during my time in PSB. At every school, I have seen firsthand the amazing work our custodians do each day. They make me feel respected, cared for, and safe. The members of the custodial team at FRR include Mike, Drew, Jesse, Jimmy, Brenda, and Byron. I'm highlighting their names to recognize the incredible work they do on a daily basis. A few examples of the on-call jobs my colleagues and I have called our custodians for include when one of my first grade students got sick and vomited on my rug, when I temporarily worked in a former nursing home during reconstruction and the custodians helped move our entire school of materials there and back, and when my ceiling began leaking, I called the custodians. When I needed help putting together a shelving unit and didn't have the right tool, when one of my kindergarten students had an accident on one of my stools, when the sink in my room started leaking and wouldn't stop dripping for days, when I needed help mixing clay slip for a 6th grade art lesson and realized again that I didn't have the right tool, when a student smeared feces on the bathroom wall, when a student wrote a profanity measuring 2 feet tall with Sharpie on one of the walls in the hallway, when a colleague's pet chinchilla went missing this fall. But don't worry, Jesse found the chinchilla. This list is much longer, but I only have 3 minutes. After the school day ends, Jesse empties, along with other custodians, but for me, Jesse empties my trash can and recycling bin, sweeps the floors, mops, and vacuums my room. Mopping is essential when I work with clay. I teach approximately 500 students, and clay lessons happen over the course of several weeks and at various times throughout the year. One of the ingredients in clay is silica. Repeated exposure to silica dust can cause lung damage. If cleaned properly by sponging tables and mopping floors, the potential damage is greatly reduced. Each spring, we organize an all-school art show. On opening night, our custodians help set up the library, hallways, and multi-purpose room for visitors, and after, they help clean up. To give you an idea of the magnitude of this event, FRR has approximately 900 students. We display 1 to 2 pieces of art for each student, and each student who attends brings 1 to 2 people with them. If you've never seen one of our art shows, I highly recommend you come. Our opening is May 15th. I'll also quickly mention the COVID pandemic. Though I was on a planned leave during that time, from what my visual arts colleagues told me, they prepared individual materials for students to use as they cleaned down tables, pencils, and other materials in between every class. Our custodial staff also put in extra time and energy to make sure all shared spaces were cleaned thoroughly. Please do not cut or reduce our custodial team. Mike, Drew, Jesse, Jimmy, Brenda, and Byron are incredibly valuable members of our staff. They know us and they know the students personally and help our building run smoothly. On March 6th, an FR parent suggested a philosophy for making cuts. 1, reduce non-personnel things. 2, freeze salaries and propose pay cuts for central admin. 3, cut central office roles that are furthest from staff and students. I would argue the Office of Equity provides key staff and student-facing support. I would add this list the possibility of removing Chromebooks from K-2 classrooms, as this technology is not developmentally appropriate, increases screen time, and reduces creative and social learning opportunities. I urge you to use your power to persuade the select board to increase our school budget so we can continue to provide a high-quality education for our town.
Yeah, if
I'm
you could please
curious
wrap
if
it up
you'll
soon.
discuss that during the meeting, because I'm sure many people would like to know if that is on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manning Mingle. And our last speaker of the night is Lauren Bernard.
Good evening. Emily is a tough act to follow, but I will do my best. I work right down the hall from her. To our friends on the school committee, first, thank you for your service during this very difficult time. I do not envy the incredible responsibility that you all bear at this very trying moment, for as heavily as it weighs on us parents, it surely weighs tenfold on you. I am speaking before you today, and I wish I could be there in person, with the call the parents have made in prior budget cycles. Please keep budget cuts far away from our students. Let's take our time, gather and consider important information like the upcoming audit, and find ways not to cut the staff that our schools absolutely need in order to function. Our custodians are part of this truly essential staff, and I implore you not to outsource any more of their work. Not only do they do a far better job at cleaning, and I have photos to prove it, than the outside cleaning company, our custodians are also the most dependable and important source of safety in our schools. In fact, one person's just coming to try to dump my trash right now. They are the first people in the door in the morning and the last ones out late at night. They make sure that the outside groups that rent our school spaces use the spaces safely and get in and out. Do you really want unvetted personnel with master keys and alarm codes to our schools? They also support our students. Thank you. They also support our students throughout the day. And before considering a vote to further outsource custodial staff, I urge you, school committee members and staff at PSB, administrative staff, to visit the Ruffin Ridley School and other K-8 schools to observe lunch periods and see how essential our custodians really are to this seemingly everyday process. Of note, PSB's last outsourcing attempt was the Whiteson's debacle for food services, yet still retaining our cafeteria staff. After that ill-fated experiment, how is it the PSB is now proposing to reduce or eliminate many of our custodians? If this experiment goes poorly, and I expect that it will, how would PSB ever build back the incredible team that we have now? And how would Brookline earn back their trust, which was already bent, if not broken? Thank you for doing right by our food service workers, but our custodial staff now finds itself in this terrible limbo. Unless we hear differently tonight, that $1 million of savings seems to be a speculative number if site visits and bids have never even been sought or vetted for the replacement of custodial services. Like, how did you come up with this number? Yet the administration sees no wrong in toying with people's livelihoods and lives over unsure projections. How can PSB hope to retain amazing people like the head custodian at FRR, who himself attended BHS through the materials fee program because his mother was a food service worker, if senior administration treats them and their jobs with utter disrespect? As someone like myself who deals frequently with outside vendors as an after-school program director, I have a good insight into this. I predict that any savings you may see at the onset will quickly evaporate, as every ask that wasn't thought of at the very beginning in the contract that comes up will mean an additional cost. It is a quintessential example of the old adage, penny wise and pound foolish. Mark my words. Moreover, I speak as a member of the Park and
Please wrap it up
Recreation.
soon.
I have 3 more lines. I speak as a member of the Park and Recreation Commission. I'm a commissioner. A couple of years ago, and under very exigent circumstances, we were forced to outsource a beloved program and essential service that rec staff had always run. Ask our rec department director and assistant director and parents how well that program is going. You will not get a very positive reply. Our custodians are essential and highly competent staff and beloved members of our community who do excellent work. Please do right by them. Thank you.
All right, that brings our public comment to an end for the night. Thank you, Ms. Bernard, and to all of those who came to speak with us. Before we move on to presentations and discussions, I forgot to mention at the beginning of the meeting that in addition to the 7 of us at the table tonight, we have 2 members joining remotely, Mariah Nobrega and Val Frias. I will wait for Dr. Guillory to come back before we move to him for the next segment. All right, we're going on to presentations and discussions related to strategies to increase revenues and reduce expenses, and we'll be starting with custodial services tonight. Dr. Guillory?
Andy, can you just tell us the order of the presentations tonight again?
Sure. What I envision is custodial services, a very brief slide, I think, about the Adaptive Learning Center, which Dr. Guillory already talked about, Brookline High School, IT and computers, transportation, excluding special education, and the building department.
All right, good evening, everyone. So great to have all of you with us tonight. Andy has given the agenda, so we'll give a quick status as to where we currently stand with our budget gap. As of May 13th, the gap was just north of, I'm sorry, I've already jumped. March 13th, the gap was just north of $5 million. At the March 13th meeting, there were nearly $700,000 in reductions or cost-saving measures that were approved, and so that puts our revised gap at approximately $4.3 million. So tonight,
Sorry, does that include the 96,000 that Dr. Schmuckler referenced?
That will be added back.
Thank you.
As we go through tonight. All right, so with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Dr. Givens, who will take us through the custodial services strategies. Dr. Givens?
Well, can you hear me? Good. So tonight we will review with you the work that has been done to try to optimize our custodial services while minimizing costs. You know, before we begin, I do want to reaffirm, that we're grateful and appreciative of all the work that is done in order to keep our facilities clean and in good repair. So this strategy is not about whether we believe these services to be essential. We do. The question really is, under these current financial circumstances, is there a more cost-effective way to be able to deliver our services in this area? So I'm not sure who's turning slides, but so one of the things that we have heard that maybe is a misnomer is that there was some effort to privatize. Privatize means that we outsource all of our services. That was never the intention. I mentioned that again last week, but I want to reiterate that. We do have a hybrid model now. And so again, it's about optimizing, not privatizing. So when we say hybrid, what that means is that some services are provided by in-house staff and some services are provided by a contractor. For a hybrid model to work in a school environment, the work of the contractor must be managed by in-house staff. When you look at when these models are most successful, it's when they have adequate supervision of the contract by in-house staff. So that's, I think, an important thing to call out. In-house staff, are best at attending to the daily needs of staff and students and the public, as well as clean and maintain our buildings. It requires kind of a higher level of knowledge of our facility and our programs in order to be able to support the daily needs in our buildings. Contractors are often used to perform more routine or quantifiable tasks, or to provide expertise in an area that requires special training. So whenever it's a hybrid model, it's really having a solid understanding of what your in-house staff will do for work and what your contractor will be required to do. So I just wanted to take a moment and be clear about, hybrid not being privatized and, the value of having your in-house staff. And I think many people have spoken to that here this evening. So there was a group of staff that worked together to review different models, and I'd like to take a moment to thank them. So we had two principals, Anthony Myers, our high school principal, David Driscoll, one of our K-8 principals, Ed Clancy, who is our custodial manager, and he's been here in Brookline his entire career. Our operations director, Joe Albuquerque, and Jim Mellett also joined the team to review various options and put a few ideas out there that we costed out as well. I joined them and provided some support to Joe while working on other projects on behalf of the school committee. So thank you very much for the time and effort that was put into looking at the various models. So the goals, when reviewing them were the following. So no matter what model is used, we need to maintain a consistent level of cleanliness in all buildings. That we need to provide daily coverage from like about 5 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock at night. We need to be able to support and manage our extended day programs in all of our schools. Those are our renters, the folks that rent our facilities on off hours. We also need to be able to support our own after-school events and have adequate support for those. And then, of course, we need to supervise the activities, our staff and the contractor. So whatever model we were looking at, in addition to, of course, trying to optimize and see if we could achieve some savings, we wanted to make sure that the model presented would be able to achieve these important goals. So consistent level of cleaning, that's, obviously important, and we've had some challenges with this in this area, not because of effort, but we've had, and we've talked about this, chronically understaffed in this area. Food service is another area. We see this in many areas and in many fields. So chronic understaffing, between 2 to 4 open positions for the most part over the last 6 to 8 years, I was told by Mr. Clancy. Supervision, and so one of we have evening and cleaning that occurs after school hours, and so making sure that we have adequate supervision of the work that's taking place, not only during the day, but also during the evening for events and our renters. Another challenge is being clear and concise about what our cleaning expectations are, and likewise the assignments. We need to make sure those are well documented. So when you have a cleaning contractor that comes in, being really clear about what areas you're expecting them to clean, the frequency, that the work is distributed so that you can ensure that you have a certain level of cleanliness, and you're able to meet the other demands associated with doing this work. So we are lacking a little bit in documentation in that area, and some is that, the model we have today, it has been in place quite some time, and periodically it makes sense to reevaluate. We also have different configuration of schools with building projects over the last several years, so taking a good look at that is an important piece of work that we need to do. So other responsibilities that our facility team is instrumental in performing is that, and we've heard this, right? They maintain a welcoming and a well-maintained building. We need to have clean spaces that are in good repair so that when teachers and students are in those spaces, that they can focus on learning. And so they help to create those conditions for students to thrive. And by attending to the day-to-day kinds of issues that crop up. Event setup and rearranging furniture is another, that's not cleaning, but it certainly is something that happens routinely in schools. We have shipping and receiving, so things need to be moved around, and vendors come to the back door and deliver things, and somebody needs to be there to check those things in. And then, of course, their liaisons with the public and other facility and operations staff. So as you know, we have a hybrid model here, where the school department is not responsible for maintenance per se, though our staff do some first echelon repairs. But in fact, the building department takes care of those. And then when it comes to, plowing and providing like public works, work, such as maintaining our parks and maintaining some of our grounds, that is not done by our staff. And so, but that takes coordination then. So if we're not going to be the ones that are ultimately performing those, there still needs to be coordination between that. So this role of liaison with our facilities departments in the town is also important for our team. So after reviewing 7 different models, the strategy that we're moving forward for your consideration tonight, the model would look something like this. Of course, there's many details we'll need to iron out, but we would have 13 PSB custodians and the building manager working from 5 until 2. During that time, there are operations coordinator and other support systems in place for whatever may crop up during the day. Of course, operations includes transportation and other facility responsibilities that are not done at the school level. But then you'd also have the director of operations and all of our public service department staff. All of those are available during the daytime hours and are very accessible. Again, I'm not sure who's, thank you. So then in the afternoon and evening, what we would be looking at is, coverage, again, by PSB staff. We'd have 18 FTE that work somewhere in the vicinity of, 1 to 10. And then the cleaning contractor, we'd have approximately 22 that would work between 3 and 9. What this model would allow us to do is have an in-house person open our buildings every day and close our buildings every day. We would have coverage for when folks are in our facilities for purposes other than teaching and learning that occurs during the regular daytime hours. It would also provide some additional supervision in the evening hours when the custodial staff and the cleaning staff would be in the buildings, to make sure that the responsibilities are being fulfilled. And if something comes up, that there's somebody that isn't, responsible and a touch point, for anyone in the building to be able to make adjustments or shifts should the need arise. So that is, in essence, what the concept is. There's work to be done. It's not fully baked, but when we look at this and we compare it, that's a very small, and I apologize, but the bottom line is that the difference in the 2 models would result in about a $350,000 reduction in costs. So that is
To those who are in the audience, please give Dr. Gibbons the courtesy of silence while she's presenting. Thank you.
So that is the work that has been done so far. There certainly is more work that can be done, but we believe that we'd be able to maintain our buildings and achieve the goals that I had highlighted earlier with this this model before you.
Uh, Sorry.
Can you just go back to those numbers, please?
So, Dr. Givens, could you give us a little bit of background on the outsourcing? So we currently have 10 outsourced positions, and it's being proposed to have 22 instead. So, what are those positions currently, and when did we move to the current model?
So the current staff right now, we have 10. That has vacillated over the year. Not every year it's been the same number of FTE. But currently, right now, we have 10 that are from CleanCo. They're the contractor that is the town has a contract with, so we piggyback on that. We have Yeah, I'm not clear on that. Perhaps Joe can, I think I have Joe online. He can speak more. Or Ed, if either. Okay. So this, yeah, so.
Yeah, sorry, let
question
me
again.
clarify. It's
Yeah.
not, the slide doesn't say that we currently have 10. That would be.
This is for next
That would be if we carried our, well, okay, so it says current hybrid model FY26 budget.
Right.
So what does that mean if it's not that we don't have a fiscal 26 budget yet, and staff
This
is
is what-
recommending 22 outsourced positions? So what is the 10?
So the 10 is the number that has been funded in next year's budget. So when we look at the FY26 budget, it's presented to you in the initial request.
Okay.
This ties to the budget proposal that is in your budget book.
Okay, that's the initial request. Got it. Yeah, Carolyn.
Thank you. So I guess because it's not here, we can't see FY25.
I didn't come prepared to talk about FY25, no.
And just to make sure I understand, sick leave bonuses, is that like unused sick time?
That is part of the current contract. Yep. So they get a bonus. There's language in the contract that allows them to be paid a bonus, based on number of sick days not used.
Thank you. Sorry, I have another question. Can you just explain revolving facilities? There's a revolving
Facilities fund, yeah. So we charge rent to some of our groups, our user groups, and the revenue that we take in is approximately $300,000. And so we charge off against that expenses.
Okay, so that's part of this. And so, sorry, then what's the tiny difference between the hybrid model and the recommended model, revolving facilities, if that's revenue?
At the time that we prepared the budget, again, I felt that it would be important to tie it to the budget document in front of you. We anticipated that we'd have just slightly less, but one of the tasks that were performed over the course of the last several weeks was to look closely at what we anticipated the revenue numbers would be in the use of facilities fund. Not much more, but we figured it was worthwhile to increase it slightly given the information provided by the operations team.
Okay, and sorry, one more question.
Sure.
Since we don't have the FY25 up, do you know off the top of your head, or does Joe know, for the senior custodians, and PSB custodians are 13 and 35, the same as FY25?
The number of seniors I know is, and I know under the proposal right now that we have 3 openings, so it wouldn't be reduction in people. But if Joe's online, maybe he could answer that question for us.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Joe. Go ahead.
Can you just repeat the question again one more time? I apologize.
I can, although I think somebody answered it. My question is essentially, since we don't have current staffing on this slide, I just want to make sure that the FY26, the first column, that the FTD is the same, the FTE is the same as current.
Yes, fiscal year 25 and 26 are the same. And just, and I just want to mention the outsourcing. It's actually current fiscal year 25 budget. It's 14.
Andy?
14? Is that choice?
Okay. So Mariah, then Helen, then Stephen.
Oh.
Thank you. Did I understand correctly a moment ago that currently there are filled positions for 32 of the 35 custodial spots?
That's correct.
Okay. So because I'm looking at this and the savings are not a lot of money, in my opinion, for the amount of disruption that this causes. So I'm just wondering, sorry. Well, I guess my question is, would there be a savings such that if we chose not to fill those 3 positions, even as a pause for next year, is that possible? And would there be savings accrued by retaining the positions we have, but pausing 3 positions for next year? And I'm sorry, Susan, to put you on the spot with that math, but I'm just sort of wondering.
My recollection, but Joe has the data, but I believe it was like 175 that would be saved.
So we could save almost half of this just by not filling those 3 positions for a year. Is that correct? Just to make sure I understood.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Helen, then Stephen.
So that was actually my exact same question, because I think I agree with Mariah that the savings are really low, and I'm just wondering if there's other ways to manage some of this that might help us to get to the 350 that we need. I mean, we need to find money in places, but it seems to me that's not the best idea, especially, I mean, we will have to pay unemployment compensation. It's for a period of time, but that'll come out of money too that we're going to need next year's budget. So I would like to look at that very closely and see what's possible there.
Could I just ask a follow-up on that exact point? Sorry, Val, to cut in line. Have those calculations been made on the impact of the unemployment insurance as well? And is that already netted out, or would that reduce the savings further?
It would not reduce the savings. That doesn't come out of our direct costs. And in conversation with the town, they're aware that this would have an impact and that we try to do what we can to mitigate it. But for this analysis, and what would impact a reduction on our side of the budget, this is the number that would be used. And again, I just want to be clear. We're not sitting here saying that anybody wants to do anything that we're proposing. Anything that we do, whether it's to custodians or anyone else, is going to be disruptive. The issue is not whether it's disruptive or whether we think, programming here is not something that's valuable. The issue is really that we're trying to present proposals that could generate some savings, given that we have such a huge financial deficits. So I just, it isn't a matter of, there's some kind of, desire to do a lot of this. It's just a matter of how are we going to close the gap? And so this is a strategy, and if it's not a strategy that feels comfortable, then that's totally within your purview. And if you'd like to do the three, the idea was to maximize the savings and optimize, and if that does not feel comfortable, then, certainly that's the choice that you're here to make.
Stephen, then Val.
Thanks, Susan, for this presentation. So I want to make sure I understand something. So the senior custodian, and benefits line, those are all part of the staffed positions, right? And the benefits line does not pertain to the outsourced line.
Correct.
Okay, so what I don't understand is the actual savings. So the 53, in the recommended model, there's 53 FTEs as opposed to the 58 FTEs. So if we had hired 5 more FTEs from the PSB custodians, it looks to me like it's about $80K for a PSB custodian, including benefits, roughly, versus an outsourced custodian that looks like it's about 72, 73K. So the total difference in what would be actually saved if we had level set FTEs seems minimal, even according to this chart. Am I misunderstanding something if we had level FTEs?
It depends. Yes, I would agree that on the outsourcing side, it's approximately 72, and no benefits are involved for sure. On the salary side, it varies depending on the benefits as well as on the pay, depending on whether it's senior custodians or regular custodians, the step that they're on, whether they have longevity, how long they've been here, et cetera. So it's not as simple as it's 80.
I guess what I'm saying is that it seems to me that from this, the bulk of the savings comes from moving from 58 to 53 FTEs, not from savings relating to outsourcing versus having staffed custodians. It's not a shift in models that's getting us savings, but a change in the profile. That seems to me more than the bulk of the savings is coming from that shift.
Some of it is certainly coming from that shift. Some of the shift in the model is to be able to address some of the challenges that we have that I listed earlier.
Okay, I guess it seems to me that if the bulk of the savings is coming from a shift in moving from 58 to 53 FTEs, it's, given all the other considerations, it's certainly not worth making a change in the model.
Val?
Thank you. I'd like to move that we pause on the 3 open positions and otherwise move on from this and keep our current model.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thanks, Helen. Is there any further discussion before we move to a vote?
My hand is a new hand.
I'd love to. Oh, sorry.
Okay, Mariah, then Carolyn.
So I am going to vote yes on the motion, but before I do, what I want to say is that I'm very appreciative of all of the work that the committee together, all of the different people that Susan mentioned have all been thinking about how to make a model for custodial and building services that really addresses some of the issues that everyone, and I mean everyone from the custodians themselves to the external users to the the students and faculty and staff, that everyone, that thinking about through the challenges and thinking about ways we can improve everybody's experience is a really, really important thing. And so even if we don't accept the model and we do the motion on the table, which I will vote to support, I really do hope that some of the learnings or creative ideas that were presented to us tonight can be translated into the staffing, and everyone can use that, the opportunity that they spent working together and brainstorming ideas to really continue to optimize the services provided. And I appreciate that collaboration and that spirit that has come to this. So thank you very much for that work.
Thanks, Mariah. Carolyn?
Just quickly, and I'm sure I speak for everyone, I just want to thank everybody who took time after working or before working to be here and express your dignity and remind us of the work you do. And George, if you're here, it was great to see Maeve.
Helen?
I sort of want to reiterate what Mariah said, that, Susan had a thankless job to try and find ways to save money, no matter where it is in the system. And so I want to thank her for at least trying. And I'm sorry that, I don't think it's going to work, but at least trying to do it was important.
Yes, thank you. Suzanne?
Yeah, I also want to thank Susan for the work. Susan, you really listened to people. I think you came in with thinking there'd be $1 million worth of savings. We're now down to something that is probably not that much, and is probably not worth the disruption. But that was a big task to come down from what we thought was a lot of savings and to really understanding what that would mean. And so I certainly will vote for this. I just want to make sure we're talking about 13 senior custodians, and now we're talking about 32 PSB custodians. Is that right? And we'll still have 10 outsourcing. So I just want to be clear about what still is happening. And yeah, and I'm sure those 3 are needed, but at this point, we've got an agreement that we're going to cover and we're going to make it work, is my understanding. Okay, thank you.
The other thing that we should.
So actually, I want to ask about that. So this agreement, so I'm in the dark. Well, what's been agreed and by whom?
I'm just going with the motion that Mariah made.
My motion, Andy, was to pause spending on the 3 open positions and otherwise reject this model and move on from it.
Yeah, I understand what the motion says, but now I'm hearing from you, Suzanne, that there's been an agreement, or that I don't understand.
No, it's not a formal agreement. It's
Okay.
just, I'm just making sure that I understand that it's 13, 32, 10, and that everything, I'm asking Susan, I'm asking head of the union, just, that this is going to work. That's all.
So have there been these discussions in the before today's presentation? Okay. Thanks.
Do you want to
Helen?
make it formal? Do you want him to say it at the microphone?
Sure, that sounds like a good idea. If you wouldn't mind just saying that so that folks can hear, yeah.
All right, so what's your question?
Well, I just heard some reference to an agreement, and I was just wondering what was the nature of the discussions that happened sort of with AFSCME before this presentation.
Yeah, no, it wasn't with ASME. It was with just a small committee that Susan put together and Joe, just trying to come up with several different models on how to try to save $1 million, $500,000, $350,000. Most models I didn't think would work. I was in the minority in that group. I thought we needed to keep everything where it's at to keep the schools safe. We wouldn't be able to do it with 53, the current model that she posed today. There was no way. I said that outright. And few people agree with me silently at the meeting. But right now, if we keep the 45 custodians, we're currently budgeted for 48, down to 45. Keep CleanCo as a hybrid as they've been. This model should work, and we'll keep the buildings clean and everybody working.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for being part of these discussions. Yeah, Helen.
So just so people are aware, I think the savings that we can deduct from the 4.3 million at this point would be 182 million, not 187. Did I do the math wrong? 82,000, sorry. A few zeros here and there. 182,000 because there's also the 7,000 that in the revolving fund. that-
Can we take the vote and then go over that number?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, any further discussion before we vote?
Can you just
If you don't-
clarify what the motion is? Because I just want to make sure I understand, since I think the motion just got changed.
Oh, I don't think so. Helen was trying to clarify, but Val, would you mind restating it again?
Sure. My motion is to pause filling the vacant custodial positions and otherwise reject this model and continue with our current model.
But there was also additional savings just claimed, which I presume is the increase in the revolver?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you're claiming the 6,200 in addition to the 175? The 6,194?
Correct.
I
Okay.
don't understand.
It's the difference
Well,
in that
she's adding
fifth
back
line.
the difference in the two numbers for revolving facilities.
Can we do what we did last time with food service and split this into two separate motions, one to rescind? Val, would you be amenable to splitting this into two separate motions? One to rescind the proposed cut and then another to change the funding mechanism for this? Or to change how we're funding this going forward?
I don't think we need to divide it in two, and we don't have anything to rescind right now because we haven't taken any action on this up to now. All we're doing is, as Val said, to not fill the three currently unfilled positions and no other action.
But Stephen's right that last time it makes more sense that we reject the proposal and then add a new one to reduce, to pause 3 custodial positions, which is what we
can
did
also do
last
it that
time.
way, sure. Okay. Well,
I'm
since
fine.
we
So
already
I-
have the
so
motion
I-
on the
I'll-
floor,
I'll make a friendly amendment to my own motion, which is to take no action on this proposal.
Or even to remove it as a proposal under consideration?
right?
but
It's turning red.
Yes,
and where it's not,
exactly.
and it's not going to come back.
Right.
Correct.
Right. Anyone like to second that?
I'll second it.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Let's vote then. Jesse?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So now, Val, do you want to make your original motion?
I think Sarah has a comment. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was going to move to pause filling the 3 vacant positions for FY '26.
Helen, would you like the second again?
Yes.
All right.
I'd like to second.
Sarah, did you have a comment?
No, I'll do it later.
Okay.
Can you just state again what savings that represents to the district?
181,000. My math wasn't so good.
It's close.
I said 182. I was looking at 7,000.
Okay, thank you.
and change.
Jesse?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well.
The only thing that I wanted to say, is it okay to speak now?
All right.
One of the things that I wanted to say was how.
We're going to take a very short pause just as the room clears.
Thank you for everything you do.
President of the Council on Aging. It's an honor for me.
you, Jesse. I'll see you around. Hey, I appreciate all your good work. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, we appreciate it.
All right, we need to resume our meeting. So if people could please lower the noise level so that we can go on with our meeting.
Hey, have yourself a good night. Thank you for everything. Thank you.
All right, Sarah. No comment. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, this brings us to our next item, which was the Adaptive Learning Center at Lincoln. Dr. Guillory, I think you had something to present on that.
Dr. Schmuckler will walk us through the ALC justification.
Go ahead. Okay. Good evening. I'll be very, very brief. So I think as I shared last week, I began officially last Monday. I had the opportunity to visit the ALC on Tuesday, meet with the administrative team there, and then we did a kind of a deep dive into looking at current IEP needs in the ALC. We looked at the incoming K students, of which there are 2 joining the ALC. You've heard from people. We looked at the spread of students, K7, and identified that the addition of the ALC teacher for next year is a need for all of those reasons. And as you can see, in terms of next year, there will be 11 students in the ALC. K-1 is 5, 2-3 will have 3 students, and 6-7 will have 3 students. Any questions?
Okay. Carolyn, yep.
I have sort of a question, comment, but it might not be the right time because it's not really specific to this decision. I had a chance to visit the ALC last week, which was amazing. Sarah's amazing. The principal is great. So I guess I just want to throw out there, picking up on something that I think Faith or Emily was talking about. One can't help but wonder when we see that we have this amazing director of a program serving in Brookline such vulnerable students and doing such amazing work. I am curious about the idea of being I don't know what the right terminology is, but being a tuition destination. So not looking to get deep in the weeds, but and my sense was that that's a possibility, so.
And actually, we're looking at that both with the ALC program and with our Winthrop House Middle School program as we speak. So that is definitely something in terms of the revenue side.
And I'll just say to reiterate clearly, like the work that appears to be happening there is phenomenal. And I think we should be really proud and honored to be to running that program and being able to serve these students and families.
It is a phenomenal program with phenomenal staff, and many of whom have been there for a very long time, which I think is why you see sort of the deep expertise in that program.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Schmuckler. So Dr. Guillory is asking whether we need to make a motion to add this back because it was one of the original reductions.
I'll make that motion.
Yeah, so, well, I'm not sure. We haven't acted on it, right?
We did. This was one of the ones, this was one of the 9 point whatever that finance removed at the beginning. So we
Oh,
have acted on it. It's already been removed.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So we do need the motion. Thanks, Dr. Guillory. Helen?
Not to split hairs here, but the 95,000, I mean, if this is the person that might be hired that would be at the master's +1, is that the right amount? Can we take a few dollars out of it? I mean, it may not be worth it, but do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I don't know.
You also have to consider the benefit piece, I think.
Okay, then best to leave it.
All right.
I'll second Mariah's motion.
Okay. So I guess I think Suzanne actually spoke up first. So
Sorry,
she
I
gets
didn't
the
hear.
honor. Right. All right. Any further comment before we vote? I'll start at the other end of the table. Carolyn,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
Mariah.
Yes, and I also endorse looking at what we could do for bringing out of district placements in.
Thanks, and I vote yes. All right. Well, that was a happy vote to be able to take. All right, so next we have Brookline High School.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay? My name is Anthony Meyer. It's my pleasure to be the head of school at Brookline High School, and I am joined by Hal Mason, assistant head of school, and Robin Fabiano, our director of special education. So we appreciate the opportunity tonight to present to you, our school committee, to district leaders and staff, and to our larger PSB community. We do so knowing that within this awful budget scenario, we must have hard conversations, make difficult decisions, and center as much as we can our common humanity. I say this acknowledging I and we have critical roles in this budget process and school system, and we are all just human beings trying to do our best work in the support of young people, the young people for whom we are responsible. This evening, Robin, Hal, and I are going to talk to you about 3 areas of potential cuts to Brookline High School. 2.4 FTE in Office of Student Service reductions that wholly impact the high school, 3.0 FTE in cuts due to projected enrollment decline, and thirdly, approximately 3.0 FTE in additional reductions. This is the $250,000 slide that you've seen most recently. I want to say that my high school team and I appreciate the clarity we have on these 8.4 FTE worth of reductions for FY26. So thank you, Dr. Guillory, Dr. Fortuna, Dr. Givens, and Dr. Schmuckler. We also appreciate having the time and space to make these decisions as leaders of the high school with our various high school leaders and teams. We will do so in collaboration with our district leadership team. We have made some of these difficult budgetary decisions, and in doing so have tried to communicate to affected staff members. As you will hear shortly, some of our decisions will need to be made over the next several weeks as we continue working on sectioning and staffing. We are confident that we can make these cuts and pledge to be thoughtful in doing so. Finally, it is important to our larger BHS team and me that we work hard tonight to avoid talking about individual staff members. I'm warning myself more than anyone. I tend to want to name people, and I think in a context like this, I want to be super careful about doing that, as some staff members have been or might be directly impacted by these cuts. I now turn it over to Robin. She'll discuss the 2.4 in Office of Student Services reductions, plus some additional potential reductions. Robin.
Thank you. So I'm here tonight to describe how the 2.4 of the proposed OSS reductions will impact Brookline High School. All reductions have an impact as all members of the OSS staff and department are student facing. And we would not be normally proposing reductions in these areas where we're not facing, this circumstance. I'll also say that while overall the numbers of Brookline High School are decreasing, The overall number of ninth graders on IEPs will be increasing by approximately 30 students. I'll also say that over the past 2 years, we've brought back 7 out-of-district students, and we are considering additional students this year to return back to Brookline High School. And we do that without increasing our staffing. We can absorb those students. So I'll start with the social worker. So it's a 1.0 FTE. This reduction comes via attrition, leaving 8 social workers. So 4 are attached to special education therapeutic programs, and 4 would be considered generalist social workers that serve the need of the rest of Brookline High School. We have 206 students on IEPs with IEP counseling services. 63% of those students are seen by special education staff, so social workers and psychologists. Generalist social workers provide IEP counseling for 36% of those students. There are approximately 120 general education students receiving counseling every week. The generalist caseload of social workers are approximately 28 students for weekly counseling, and an additional 6 like as needed. I would say that the reduction would cause a small increase in the number of students on the generalist social worker caseload, and that the special education student social workers attached to specialized programs would be assigned to students outside of their program. We would likely find some crisis management being impacted as people are more stretched, and we would anticipate at some point there being a wait list of general education students as they would be seen by the generalist social worker. Right now, we're working in that model because we had a vacancy this spring that wasn't filled due to the hiring freeze. So we are experiencing this now, and we've been adjusting people's caseloads to see how this feels, and been able to reassign all of the students to one of those 8 social workers. Should I just keep going for all of them first? Okay, so the next one is a 1.0 social worker assigned to the BRIGHT program. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the BRIGHT program, it's a nationally recognized program for students returning from a variety of hospitalizations and longstanding absences. This program in comparable districts is staffed by 1 clinician and 1 academic support staff, depending on how they do it, a teacher or a paraprofessional. Brookline High School has had a contract with the Brookline Center and has staffed that program with 2 clinicians and one paraprofessional who's an academic support. That we are proposing to not have the contract, but move that clinician in-house and hire 1 clinician. So that would be 1 clinician and 1 paraprofessional. And right now we are serving 7 active students. And last year at this time, we had 21. We've served 21 students so far. We have 7 right now. Last year, in comparison, we've had 15 students and 7 active at this time also. So we're a comparable number of students right now. I would say the impact would be that the model also, when we had 2 clinicians, allows us to do some preventative work and put some students, at-risk students, under their care, and we would likely not be able to do that with 1 clinician. We are in that model now also. We have 1 clinician and 1 academic support staff, so we're already feeling what that looks like this year.
Could you repeat that last comment? I'm sorry.
Yep, so right now we have 1 clinician and 1 academic support staff right now. We've been using that model this year because we haven't filled the 2nd social worker. So
Just a quick way. The in front of the FTE for BRIGHT, is it like a tilde or something? Is there an approximate or a minus, or what is that versus the other? Oh, and a tilde. Okay. Yes. Got it. Thank you.
I just had a quick question. So you have 1 opening now, and why is that? I mean, you can't fill it, or
we chose not to fill it.
You chose not to fill it. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so the third line item is a reduction of 1.0 FTE. This is part of the overarching learning center reduction that was proposed by OSS. And just a context of the high school, we have 9 specialized programs in ACE, so 10 programs. We have outside of that, we have 22 special education teachers, and they act in 3 roles. They're learning center teachers. They provide academic support classes. They co-teach in one of the 4 core content areas, and they provide small group content classes for students on diploma tracks. Almost all of our teachers are dual certified in special education and the content area in which they teach, which is very hard to do. All of these classes are represented on the IEP as 4 times 55, so 4 times a week for 55 minutes, which is the same rate and the same amount of time as a typical course. So any student would take all of their 4 content areas. They might take them all within provided by special education, right? And so when we run our sectioning, we run sections of caps of 8. So we have a little movement throughout the year for students to add and drop. And we've done that already as like a mock schedule this year to see what our sections look like and what our projections look like. An example caseload, because we can't take the 22 staff and divide it by the number of students that we serve to get a liaison list. I would say that a mock schedule would be a teacher might have a caseload of 1 learning center, 2 co-taught classes, a small group, and then support in one of our specialized programs. And if you think about a cap of 8, give or take, they're servicing about 30 students. And that looks like providing core academics, progress monitoring, progress reports, writing IEP objectives, and goals for those students.
I'd love to hear a little bit about how staffing works from the K-8s to you. So do people show up with their hours that are written in their IEPs and you just respond to it as it is? Or what's the type of communication that happens that you give, the guidance that you give to the those 8th grade students that are having
in a
their
different model.
IEPs rewritten, or how do you help?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have we typically start in September and October. We have a spreadsheet that tracks all of the incoming 8th graders. We meet with all of the ETFs in all of the school teams. So Jed Miller, one of our special education coordinators, and Laura Albert, who's one of our ETFs, and they work on the 9th grade, visit every single school and look at each student and help to translate those minutes into what a 9th grade schedule might look like. This year we had rotations of 8th grade ETF and staff from all of the buildings come to the high school to tour all of our programs and sit in classes, so they had a better understanding of what the difference was between a co-taught class and a small group class, and then just a standard multi-level class to help them make good recommendations. And then we're here for consults. So when they have questions, we specifically look at certain students in certain cases. We'll attend the meeting and be able to hear from the team and help make those recommendations.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need something foundational underneath this. There are 3 lines in the proposed cuts, and I'm not sure what this is part of. There is a new position reduction line that was proposed by OSS that refers to 20.9 FTEs. There is a reduction of HS sections referring to 5.5, and then there's also the reduction of SPED teachers, which we haven't voted on. I thought we were talking originally about the reduction of HS sections, and then I thought we were talking about the SPED teacher reduction, and then you referenced the OSS proposal.
So
and now I'm confused as to where this is coming from.
This 1.0 is part of the
Which 1.0?
This special education teacher is part of the 8.0 Learning Center overall OSS cuts.
So these are coming from different places.
This is how the OSS recommendations are impacting the high school.
That makes sense that you're looking at it through that lens. I'm looking at it through really specific rows. Would you mind just saying which, is it possible for you to say which line each of these is coming from?
I don't have that.
I'm not sure
Okay.
that they've been
This
working
is
with
all
the-
line 17, Stephen. This is all line 17. It's all the
Okay.
12.9, except we were never
So we
discussing the
haven't
2
voted on
special
anything.
education. Right, we've never discussed the 2 paras that are listed at the end. That's a new thing.
Okay.
Correct. That's new.
Thanks, Mariah. And
Yeah.
then the follow-up question, Can you also say which of these positions are currently unfilled?
Right now, the two social workers are unfilled.
The top two lines are currently okay,
Correct.
thank you very much.
Yep. Well, we have one that's unfilled. Well, and then the nurse. I haven't even said the nurse. So we're the next line item is the 0.4 nurse, and that is also a reduction by attrition. We had a retirement, so the high school had 3.4 nurses split between the two buildings. The 0.4 nurse retired, and that has not been filled. And the impact of that would be that the floating nurse would spend more time at the high school, and that the three other nurses would cover for each other between the two buildings.
Can I request a clarification too? Oh, sorry. Can't hear if people are talking.
You have one nurse at Tappan, at the Tappan building, and one nurse at.
Two nurses at 115 and one nurse at Tappan.
Thank you.
Helen, I think folks are having trouble hearing you because you're far from your mic. Mariah?
Could you confirm, Robin, my understanding, but I need this confirmed, is that the social worker position here was a new request for this year? So it's also empty in that it's a new position that would just no longer continue, correct?
Which social worker are you talking about?
I'm talking about the top line. There was a new social worker line in the budget this year for the high school.
No. That was not it. It was the Bright social worker, and that was moving from the contract with the Brookline Center to an in-house social worker.
Okay.
And the decision was made not to fill that position like at the beginning of this year, this current year.
It's filled by one Brookline-centered social worker.
One slight correction I'd make is my understanding is that the second clinician or social worker in Bright, we have had difficulty filling that position in part due to the low salary. So by choice is based on the candidates we have or lack of candidates we have is just what I would clarify.
Can I also ask a clarification though? The Bright social workers would not appear in our FTE. So I'm confused by the assertion that the Bright social worker is the one that is empty. There was a new social worker requested in your budget this year, Anthony, no? It's in the budget book, if I recall. I can go
Yeah,
look.
there was a line, we talked about this the other day. I had the same question the other day, Mariah, and maybe it's an errant line in the budget.
Here's what I'm guessing, but
Yeah.
I'm guessing is the key word. I believe the original proposal was, one, the Brookline Center has been an amazing partner with the public schools of Brookline in helping us create Bright. They are pulling back from Bright and not wanting to contract with us any longer and not wanting to run the high school Bright program. We believe that their two clinicians, in theory, how the program started and was run for many years, that as good as that is, we believe a single social worker within our organizational structure makes better sense. So we would go from two Bright clinicians serving Brookline High School to one Brookline High School clinician serving Brookline High School in Bright. Does that make sense? Doesn't look like it makes complete sense.
It doesn't make sense, and from my perspective, because you're essentially converting a contract to an FTE, but counting a reduction, the contracted service as an FTE reduction, and it's not.
You mean by listing it there?
If you're talking, I can't hear
Where
you.
the tilde comes in, that's saying that it's approximate.
I understand, but it's not a true FTE reduction.
I agree. So when the budget was prepared for FY26, a social worker for Bright was requested. The contract that is replacing was not included in the FY26 budget. It's in the FY25 budget. So when we put the budget together in the budget before you, it never had the Bright contracted service provider in it. So all that came before you was one new social worker at the high school. It's confusing because there was a contract for the services in the 25 school year. But in the actual budget proposal in 26, there's one new employee for the Bright program, which is a social worker, and that's why it appears that way.
But so then if we take this reduction, there are now 0 Bright social workers as opposed to 1. Because this isn't,
Sorry, I think, Mariah, go ahead, sorry.
well, I mean, I think I've said what I need to say. The math is not mathing for me on this.
So why don't I clarify? We write on the top of the slide 2.4 FTE. The true 2.4 OSS cuts that impact the high school are the first social worker retirement and not filling that position. So that first item, skip the Bright social worker. We're just sharing that we're not counting that FTE towards the 8.4 we owe, nor are we trying to be very clear. Then the special education teacher is also part of the 2.4. So now you have 2.0, the first item and the third item. And now the fourth item is the part-time nurse at 0.4. 1 plus 1 plus 0.4 is 2.4. I agree with Stephen that it's confusing to present it this way. We are trying to offer an overall picture in some of the staffing dynamics and impacts to OSS reductions. And frankly, we favor the Bright model with a single clinician working within the public schools of Brookline.
It still feels a little bit like it's a +1 though. So it's really 1.4 FTE reduction because you're adding the Bright social worker. That position wasn't there before.
The position, well, we were paying $197,000 for the Bright program.
Oh, we were
that item
paying
has
for
been removed.
Okay.
And instead we have a social worker. So there is a net of savings that we're not capturing. We hope that Teetle Day or the approximation sign
So with that contract, we were paying them for the 2 social workers.
Correct. That's where the savings come in.
The savings is because we're now only going to have 1, but it's our in-house.
Right.
But
and
we've
to be
already
clear,
taken that
it's more-
savings in the budget, right?
Yeah, that was in the superintendent's initial budget proposal. That's
Exactly.
why Mr. Meyer is saying it's not part of the 8.2 million that we're trying to assemble right now in cuts. Yes, Helen.
So just so people understand, can you hear me? Am I, okay. So people understand the Bright program began in Brookline. And at that time, it made sense because the Brookline Center was part of it to have the social workers under the Brookline Center. As it's grown, the Bright program across this Massachusetts, the model, nobody else has a social worker from the Brookline Center. They all have their own social workers, and usually it's one like you were saying before. So this makes sense overall.
If it's okay, I'm going to transition to the next slide, which is the 3.0 cuts, due to enrollment decline. So I want to be super clear that when Dr. Givens, Hal, and I met, I forget if it was late fall or early winter, we understood there was an enrollment decline, and so agreed off the bat as we began to enter the budget process that we would have a 3.0 FTE reduction due to enrollment decline. It makes sense given the decline in students. Obviously, it's of concern that there's a strong increase in ninth graders who need various special ed supports. But I just want to say we have made excellent progress towards the 3.0 in reductions through clear communication and close collaboration with our curriculum coordinators. So shout out to our coordinators, many of whom are watching from home and one who's watching right here live, Kenny Kozel. So we are trying to make as many of these reductions through attrition so as to retain staff, particularly the new teachers we hired last spring. Our BHS team believes we can absorb these reductions as we work through our sectioning process and plan staffing for next year. I am not going to list all of the departments, but did share this detailed information with my curriculum coordinators in advance of tonight. And Dr. Fortuna joined us for that meeting, just trying to be very clear about the direction we're moving with each department. So I'm not going to lay out all of those specifics, but I want to just tell you generally a couple general examples. So a 1.0 teacher retires, the department needs to pick up the FTE for 2 teachers who are returning from the Innovation Fund. So 1 minus 0.4 yields a 0.6, the ability to reduce 0.6 in that department. Another example would be the incoming 9th grade class is going to be smaller. We'll need fewer sections in certain 9th grade courses, and we'll try to see what kind of reduction we can have. And Hal will get into some of the complicating factors around staffing and planning for how we absorb these reductions. Do you have a question? I thought you might have a question, Dr. Hefter. Okay, great.
I have one
Okay,
question,
good.
Anthony. So,
Please.
thanks. You think that all of this will be through attrition, or do you think that there'll be rifts?
Not RIFs, in all likelihood, mostly through attrition and perhaps the reduction of some FTE. But that, as I think of it, almost all of it is attrition. And right now we're somewhere around 2.5 or 2.7, and that's while holding on 4 departments where we said we need to look at our sectioning numbers to see how the splits are. And so we will engage in that process shortly through April 7th, beginning April 7th. A boy can wish. But so that is part of, those will be part of those conversations where we again engage with curriculum coordinators, look at our numbers, look at the courses, number of courses we need, the courses we need, and how to staff those. So I'm going to turn it over to Hal to talk about some of our enrollment formulas, the sectioning process, and personnel shifts.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I do want to give some historical context. I did this in finance, I think, or one of the committees, but I haven't done it with the full committee. I just want to remind everybody, if you look at the high school enrollment now, we are still at 108% of our pre-pandemic numbers. We are still very large compared to what we had been as opposed to the rest of the district, which is down about 15% if you just look at the K-8s. So just keep that in mind for context as we're looking at this, 8.4 FTE cut that we're facing. The high school is at 108% of its pre-pandemic. I get the 5-year average of the years leading up to the 1920 school year before March for the high school compared to the 8 K-8s. So the high school is at 108% of that, and the K-8s are at 85% of that, of the number that they had. And it's all just part of that wave, the demographic wave that came through, of course, and this is the big year. This was, of course, as some of you will remember, this was the year that we were building for. This is the year that we had the high school building project for, because this was the year we were going to have 2,500 plus students at BHS. We have 2172, I think, today, or 2176 today. So the formula we agree with. The idea is that 40 students, the 40 student decline, which we are relatively confident as confident as one could be in demographics, that 40 students is about the right number. It's based on how many kids are in 8th grade and based on our typical increase off of that. Every year we do get an increase. Kids come back from private school, kids come in from move in for the high school, and that varies, but we generally find that it's between 1 and 1.5%. And the 3-year trend on that is a little bit higher, but the year to year it's about between 1 and 1.5%. So the formula we're comfortable with, 40 kids should equal 3 FTE. The formula it seems like it's awfully complicated, but it's really not. It's really just, I'll give you a concrete way of thinking about it. If I have 40 more kids and they're taking 7 classes each, that means I have to have 2.4 teachers to cover all the classes that they're going to sit in, assuming that I have 20 kids in a class. You'd have to have, there's a whole lot of assumptions that go in. And then I have to have a nurse that covers that. So if a nurse is 1 to 500, then I have 40 over 500, that's how many more nurses I need. So I would need 0.5 more of a nurse, and I'm sorry, 0.8 more of a nurse. And if I have, or if I need a librarian, and a librarian, we say should be one librarian for every 500 students, 40 more students, again, just 0.08 more of a nurse. So you take all of those different areas of the school, all those different pieces that make up the school, from custodians to cafeteria workers to nurses to paraprofessionals, you add all that up and it comes to about 14, 15. I'm confident that number is good. I'm confident of that because I was told it by Peter Rowe, and I have learned in long experience that everything Peter Rowe told me works and is correct. Does anybody want me to go further down the road of formula? Smart. So the cuts to get to this, as Anthony was already describing, so I'll be super quick, come from really two places, and most of it's course requests. Course requests are just beginning now. We just opened up the student portal yesterday in advisory, so students are just now entering their course requests for next year. They're looking at the recommendations that they've received from their teachers, which were posted and they saw for the first time on Wednesday. They're entering their course requests over the next 2 weeks. April 1st, we'll close that course request. That's really how we do sectioning at the high school. It's very different from a K-8. So 40 students, whatever, every year is different. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples on the next page, not yet, and you'll see that it has some speculative examples. And we don't know if these are going to be anywhere, if they're going to be the same. We know that this is what we see this year, and so when you look at these examples, these are the types of changes that we would be looking at when Anthony and I are sitting with the coordinators. But it's super complicated. Just to give you some idea, it's not just the 10 departments in the high school, because the world language department is really 5 separate departments. If I have a decline in requests or an increase in requests in Japanese, I don't simply move a teacher over from Spanish to teach Japanese. I only have people available to teach in that subject. If anybody knows somebody who teaches Spanish, French, Japanese, Chinese, and Latin, I don't care if they speak English, you can send them to us. That would be the most useful person we've ever had at the high school. Science is exactly the same. My biology teachers generally are not teaching chemistry and certainly are not teaching physics. Those are 3 separate departments. And so when a wave goes through, I'm going to have a very large 11th grade next year. I have additional demand for biology teachers, and I'll have reduced demand for my chemistry teachers next year, and slightly reduced demand for my physics teachers. That's just part of the complication, and that's, again, what we're going to look at in course requests. So someone like Kenny comes into the room, he says, this is what I have this many requests, and this is how I'm planning to fill those requests, and this is how I'm planning to staff to fulfill all of those requests. And sometimes we have hard conversations with the coordinators about just that, about numbers and about all the different ways that these things can break. More about that in a second. The more complicated part is about personnel. And that's the really complicated part, because that's the part where we're trying to bend what we have in order to work with the changes that we foresee or that as we learn about them at the high school. I don't know yet how that's going to work. It's different every year. I just know that we will. It's a very large school, obviously. Somebody's going to move. Somebody's going to get a new job offer. Somebody's going to change careers. All these things happen every year. We're confident that they will, and we are going to do our best to maneuver our cuts into those areas to have the least impact on the people that are in the school. We're not just going in and saying we're cutting the last people in. We have wonderful people. A lot of this goes to what happened last year. Betsy, you can go to the next slide now. A lot of this is what happened from last year when we brought in the new teachers to accommodate, to accomplish the class size goals that you set for us. This made a huge difference for us. And I will say parenthetically, the budget process that we went through last year was the best one that we've had because of the timing. And we're going to be severely handicapped this year because we are going to be hiring some new people. There will be some leaves that some people that leave that we will need to hire. And in all likelihood, we're going to be waiting for a town meeting vote that's going to happen at some time in May. And so since we're going to be waiting, we are unable, this year we didn't have that. This year we were able to, in advance, interview people, select people, offer them contracts, hire them. This year, we're going to be provisionally hiring people. We're going to be telling them, well, it's on hold until this vote happens later, assuming that that's where eventually we wind up. Hopefully, everybody will come up with a better way to do that. But this is what we're a little fearful of. But when we go back to last year, then that's the end of the parenthetical remark. When we go back to last year, those numbers and the 7 FTE that you voted for us made a huge difference in going into the numbers, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but Anthony's first going to talk about some of the other areas.
So this is the third bucket or third area of reductions. Balance of cuts. My team and I are working hard to keep as many of these reductions as possible away from the classroom. And while I appreciate the recent focus on avoiding student-facing cuts, I'd argue that almost all folks at Brookline High School and in our schools interact with and support students. Nonetheless, classroom teachers obviously are very, very important, do the most critical work. So we have had some level of discussion on each of these items that are under consideration. We will need more discussion as well as concrete plans for how we will handle the various impacts. There may also be other positions we would consider reducing or cutting. I am not trying to fearmonger here. Rather, I want to be transparent that we are committed to reducing the high school by an additional $250,000 and have more work to do in order to meet that goal. So the first position I would talk about is the associate dean position, and I can't say that without acknowledging that I began in administration at Brookline High School as an associate dean. It's a near and dear position to my heart. They are key leaders on our student support teams. They generally, as I think you know, have a point A administrative assignment as a dean, and they have a point 2 assignment generally teaching, but in a couple of cases, our associate deans are counselors. Their background is in counseling, and so they carry a load that is a 20% load of a typical counselor. So associate deans carry loads of 250 students and upwards and serve a variety of roles for and with kids. They support academic and socio-emotional growth. They monitor and intervene on attendance. They supervise our large, complex campus. They often focus rightly on our most vulnerable and or struggling students. They investigate, offer due process, discipline, educate, and often engage students in restorative practices. They liaise with families, with other student support personnel, and most of all, I think, in terms of our teachers, they support them with information, insight, and action. So if we reduced an associate dean, it would necessitate a change to our current administrative structure, and I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole, but we essentially in our model have 2 deans per grade, not all associate deans. So our 9th grade team has an unaligned dean and an Unit A associate dean. They oversee the 9th grade. Our 10th grade has an unaligned dean and an associate dean, and then both 11th and 12th grade are led by 2 associate deans at both those grade levels. So we would certainly need to distribute the student caseload, and we would, this is obvious, but these are BEU protected positions, so we would be engaging with the union on any move like that, rightly so. So another thing we need to consider is an unaligned dean. So I have a senior leadership team. Robin and Hal are a part of it, key parts of it, as are my 3 unaligned deans. They oversee our student support structures, so very similar. I won't repeat all the things that associate deans do because they do those things. They lead weekly meetings with all the student support personnel, both with deans teams and with all of the deans and program coordinators from SWS and ACE, and in the past Winthrop House as well. They also supervise, evaluate, and assist associate deans and the dean's clerical staff in addition, and I'm grouping the three together to not identify individuals. One of our deans runs our student intervention team, takes the lead on planning our year-long professional learning offerings, and supports fellow deans of all types and program coordinators in investigations related to bullying, Title VI, Title IX, and so much more. And while I'd love to say otherwise, we have many of those investigations, and they're incredibly time-consuming and oftentimes complex. So the impact of reducing one of these unaligned deans would likely fall on the remaining deans and to other members of the senior leadership team. Their caseload would need to be redistributed, and we would likely alter our administrative structure. As you heard, this is true for the associate dean reduction also. And there is no subtext to that about how hard it will be to redesign our administrative structure. It's just a fact of what we will need to do, and need some time to do that. And those conversations have just begun. And I mentioned before, they help supervise the campus, and our unaligned deans also oversee and supervise and support our security personnel. So just making sure that we're moving about the large, complex campus. I'm going to have Hal speak to the MCAS coordinator, and we're super close to being finished, besides your questions.
Thanks. So the MCAS coordinator position is one that used to be super important, and it had grew from along with the MCAS and the importance of the MCAS. There was a wonderful woman, Lisa Gaffney, who was running it when I came to the high school, and she retired a few years ago. And that coincided with about the time when we went to almost completely computerized exams, which changed the nature of that job quite a bit. I was managing that job for a while, and then with the change in the status of the MCAS, we are confident that we don't need to have a standalone person doing that. Kenny said that I was not working hard enough, so I will continue to do work on the MCAS and manage that MCAS. Yes, thank you, Kenny. The class size adjustments are really the balance of how we're going to look at the scheduling. Again, going back to that 7.0 you gave us, when you did that with us last year, we tended to err on the side of, let's make sure these classes don't get too big, right? There was a clear directive from you guys that we don't want to see those advanced classes, those AP classes over 30. We want those honors classes back at 24, 25. We want those standard level classes 18 to 20. And so when we're in that sectioning process, we were very careful to say, and I went over this in much more detail with with members in a couple of different contexts, and I'm happy to go into more detail if you want, and happy not to. But when we were doing those complicated sectioning questions and having those things, we were erring on the side of staying down. And in some cases that worked fine, and in some cases we wound up with too many sections. In some cases it was obvious that we made a mistake and we should have had one fewer section, for example, that would have hit the numbers that we wanted. So this year in those conversations, we won't be as generous with that. And that's going to make, it sounds like it's nothing, but a section here, a section there over something as large as the high school makes a huge difference. The other thing that you'll notice, well, by the way, so you have the class sizes there, as I mentioned, and of course there are exceptions. Something like wood shop, we're never going to put more than 15 kids in a wood shop, a metal shop, and then I've got some of Kenny's classes, concert choir, the orchestra, that could be up to 70 kids at a time. So obviously those are exceptions to it, but we all know what those are. And again, if you have any questions, I know a lot of you now have that full sheet that has all of the sizes. If you have any questions about that, just shoot me an email and I'll be happy to talk about that. Betsy, next slide, please. So yes, as I said, this is really what I just said. The other thing that I didn't put up there is that we have begun a new method of collecting requests for second classes requested within a given discipline. So a kid requesting 2 science classes, a kid requesting 2 math classes, a kid requesting 2 social studies classes, of which we have a lot. So we're collecting our Aspen system does not do a very good job. It doesn't guarantee me that it's going to seat every single kid in a math class before it begins to seat kids in their second math class. It's just not a strong point of the way the program, of the way the scheduling software works. And so I worked with the team and we came up with a different method of trying to assemble that separately, and it will allow us to use that data to better build sections. So it'll allow us to know that I've got this pile of kids who are requesting their, for example, AP Stats class as a second math class. And therefore it will allow me to know which way I might want to tilt certain numbers and sections. And I'm also collecting from kids, and again, this is something new this year, I'm collecting from them, if I don't get AP Stats, I'd be happy to take this instead, which is information that, again, there's a very arcane way. Some of you have been in Aspen X2. You know it's pretty terrible from the user interface point of view. It's even more complicated for kids to use, and it's even more complicated trying to navigate how you would indicate alternate choices in subjects and prioritize those. We've dispensed with doing that altogether this year as an experiment, and we think I think it's gonna help with class sizes. It's gonna make the difference in 2 or 3 classes that I have the separate buckets of kids in that are requesting those second classes, and then I can deploy them where I see I have spaces and make better decisions about how I size classes. Steve?
Just a clarification question. Are you describing, is this like a sneak peek into your methodology for how you're handling class sizes as they relate to the enrollment decline? Or is this on top of the enrollment decline? Are you talking about additional savings?
This would be on top of.
Okay.
Yeah, this is on top of that. Okay. This is what our lesson from last year and how we staffed last year, and looking closely at those numbers and saying, oh, well, here's places, and seeing a bunch of different discrete places where we would be able to section better using this information.
So how does this roll up into your estimate of what savings you can project for us? Because
so it's all going to add up to that total of 8.4.
8.4.
Yeah. So everything gets toward that 8.4. The 2.4 of the OSS cut, and then even those other things that we had up on that slide. Again, that's probably my fault for the confusion. I was just trying to make a slide that Robin would have all of her items up on there on once, but now I see that served to be more confusing rather than less confusing. I apologize. But yes, this all goes toward the total of 8.4. So then we have some ideas about how we want to increase sizes in 2 of our important programs. We have an average currently of 20.8 students in my SWS honors classes, primarily English classes, a few biology classes, a few social studies classes, but straight down the line, the average of those is 20.8 in the SWS honors classes. In my ACE honors classes, an average of 13.7 students per class, with a range between 6 and 19. And we also have some very small classes, and there's a lot of good reasons to try to keep these. Swimming, for example. We trained one of our wellness educators to be a swim teacher. She's great. We have a good relationship with the pool. We think it's a really important thing, but I don't have enough kids taking that. So we have held on to classes like that this year. Next year, we're thinking we will not hold on to a class that doesn't meet the threshold. Swimming class might be a bad example because I don't want a lot of kids in a swimming class. I don't even want 15 kids in the pool with one person watching them, like I do in 1 second. There's a couple of classes in drama, and Kenny knows, I've been working with him saying, this is a type of class that I can't run if you bring me the same numbers this year. So Kenny's working with his teachers, and we're trying to figure out creative ways to make to get the right number into those classes. Kenny and I are also working on a separate scheme to figure out that drama is also especially complicated because so much of the value of the drama program comes after school outside of the regular concept of FTE and comes through all the kids, the hundreds of kids. How many hundred, Kenny? 300? I think it's more than that. It's a lot of kids. It's a lot of kids who are outside, and it's a really valuable part of the kids who are involved in it. It's a really valuable part of the day, so we're trying to figure out how we can manage that. It's complicated. APR, again, this is just an example, and Donna Sortanowitz and I have been talking about this, and I've told her I can't run this class this way. We tried to do something a little creative this year, and we think if we sell it better at the beginning, at this time of year, when kids are doing their requests, we'll get sufficient requests. But I can't run an AP art class that's not going to have 15 kids in it. And so that's going to be one of those tough decisions that's going to ultimately might add to this pile. Sarah, I'm sorry.
Would you ever be able to offer swimming once every 3 years or AP once every other year?
For sure. Yes.
Art, sorry.
Yeah, that is exactly what we would look to do. Yeah, we almost never want to pull a class out of the catalog, and so we would leave the class in the catalog, and again, then hope that the following year, or then hopefully get it onto maybe an alternate year cycle, because certainly swimming is something kids might take in any of 3 years after freshman year.
Question, Andy. Okay. Could you speak a little more to the ACE range that you referred to?
So ACE has
6 to 19 per class, you said. That was your average.
Yes. Well, the average is 13.7. The range is 6 to 19.
So given the specialized way in which ACE works, how do we know that we can change the class size without deleterious effects on the outcomes?
We've been talking with Amy, and we feel confident that we can move this to 60 students in the program from 55 students in the program. 60, an increase of 5 students that will bring the average class size to 15. So 13.7, which is the number, it's actually 13.67, and if you took the 55 students divided by the 4 teachers, that comes to 13.75.
About 14.
So it's right about there. 60 kids should lead very cleanly to an average of 15 students per class. We think that's the right number. So
with no changes in staffing?
No change in staffing, no. Continued 4 teachers, full-time administrator for those 60 kids, half-time guidance counselor, and a full-time special educator embedded in the program.
And the guidance counselor is the existing guidance counselor?
Correct, a 0.5 guidance counselor embedded in the ACE program. And we discussed with the ACE program coordinator a few possibilities, including a range in the increase in the program. And she rightly advocated and disagreed with us where she felt like we weren't understanding what her needs were or the program's needs, given the small size, the need for personalization.
That's my question then, yeah.
We think
so there seems to be a difference still existing between ACE and the administration team, I guess, is what I'm hearing.
I think that's fair to say. I mean, we had a discussion today that I thought we had some agreement, but I think in the spirit of continuing those conversations, I would like to, we'll do that with Dr. Beyer, but what we specified today was the lower end of that range. So to go from 55 to 60, one kid per academic classroom.
Mariah and then Val.
Thanks.
Thank you. Can I just get a little bit of clarity? So I guess I'm not quite understanding what the benefit is of increasing the class size ratio in ACE. I appreciate adding more students into I understand why we would want to make ACE more available to other students. I guess we've heard a lot about the high needs of the population in ACE, and particularly I was struck today by one email and from a member of the community whose child studies in the program, who feels very strongly that this program has enabled their child to remain in district. And so given that we're only talking about 3.0 FTE for these over the entire high school, I guess I'm just wondering why these 5 students are so important with the same staff ratio and why we can't make adjustments elsewhere, given what you talked about not running swimming, for example, or some of these other changes. I guess I'm just confused why we keep coming back to ACE.
So it's not just ACE, we're also looking at SWS, and this is a way that we change the need for our FTE by moving seven more kids into SWS, by moving 5 more kids into ACE, that is almost the equivalent of an FTE, sort of. It's a little more complicated in this case. But again, we're trying to make the room in the schedule so that we can make these changes elsewhere in the building.
But again,
And again, we think
I'm
that
gonna,
those numbers are, yeah, we understand, Mariah, yes. Is a 13.7 average better than a 15 average? Yes, but so would a 12.7 average or a 9 student average. These are the types of decisions that we have to make. You know, when we're looking at class sizes, we have honors classes at 24, 25. They'd be better at 20, 21. So across the board, this is the type of number change that we are always looking at and saying, is this right? Is this program right with at 13.7 average? Is SWS right at 20.8? And we say, no, it should be a little bit higher. That number in SWS, we want to see higher. Not only are we going to add more students to SWS, but we're going to make it easier for some of my seniors, especially to take some of those English classes within SWS. And again, that's helping us, you know, have a better class size ratio in those classes.
I appreciate that. I just think in a school of 2,000 students that taking 0.5 of the FTE, which is more or less what this 0.5 students is out of a very small program, just feels like a very large portion of the 3.0 to take out of a very small program. And
No, there's
as
no 0.5 FTE being taken out, Mariah. You've misunderstood. I must not have been clear. I don't know where.
no,
There's no 0.5.
what my point that I'm saying of the 3.0, you're saying that by adding 5 students to it, and there's 12 students per FTE, that's a little bit left. You said you're going to add 7 to SWS and 5 to ACE, and that allows you to free up 1 FTE elsewhere in the high school. So
No,
5 12
maybe that
of an
was a
FTE.
poor way. So then I did confuse you because maybe that's a poor way to describe it. It's not anywhere near that because we're only talking about in a few classes. So it would only the increase would be. It would be harder to measure exactly what the number is, but it will certainly help. It will certainly help my English classes if I move kids out of some of those senior English classes. If I can move another 9 kids out of those senior English classes, it makes my senior English classes easier to staff. And the same across the board in ACE, and where the ACE kids are coming from, it's going to give me room in some of those other classes where I'd be able to put kids in, and it will somewhere down the line make differences in the FT, but nowhere near a 0.5.
Given the, I want to make one last
Ryan,
thing.
we have quite a queue of people who are
just want
wanting
to
ask
say,
questions
Andy,
about this.
that I have a serious concern about this particular portion of the proposal.
We have Val and Suzanne and Carolyn's hands I saw.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to sort of second, I guess, everything that Mariah said. This is a population that we heard from Faith earlier, and we've heard in many, many, many emails from families and students and parents of former students. This has an extraordinarily significant impact on kids who are at risk of dropping out, who are struggling with hunger, who are students of color and disabilities. It makes no sense to me that we would in any way tinker with a successful program. It's a lose-lose-lose. It's a lose for the program. It's a lose for the students. And if one student goes out of district, it's a lose for the budget. And you know, the sort of trickle down economics of sectioning with ACE makes no sense to me. And you know, equal doesn't mean equitable.
Val, just saying thank you for your feedback, and as we make these decisions, we'll certainly consider your feedback and public comment and the emails we receive, and continue to work with Amy and her staff. I think I'd emphasize where Mariah began, which is we want a small number of students to have more students to have access to this excellent program, and it often carries a wait list. And ACE has done incredible things to try to keep their numbers at the max, meaning they've added over the last couple of years a mid-year entry point, which is something that they were very concerned about originally. And so if kids leave the program and there are spaces available, we make them available. So just wanted to emphasize that.
Suzanne.
So that was my first question, is there a wait list on, for ACE? Is there a wait list for students who want to get in?
Yes, they are right now in the process, and I don't know all of those details, but they are they often have had waiting lists, and Amy would know better, and I want to be mindful.
Well, and that's true of SWS as well. I don't know if they have a wait list, but there are more students that want to get in.
Yes.
And that's been going on for decades.
Yes.
So, yeah.
True.
So Amber, my clarifying question is, you're saying 8.4 FTEs that you're going to cut? Is that what you're saying?
It can be a range of reductions and cuts, but that is what the FTE, the 2.4 plus 2 buckets of 3.0, which have been represented in different ways. We knew the 3.0 for enrollment decline. You saw on the slide in school committee $250,000, which we're approximating to 3.0 FTE.
So we're just talking about 3.0. No, I thought we were talking a lot more. I'm confused because that would be a lot more than.
I think what's complicated
Okay.
is that there was an original cut, I think that we already took, is what you're saying, from OSS, that was the high school cut.
Okay.
They are incorporating that into the 8.4, correct?
Correct. I think we're just trying to be as
wanna give
transparent as we
everything
can about the types of cuts that impact the high school, and also, I hope, projecting the confidence that we can make these reductions.
So let's just go back to that again. That would help me. So taking out OSS, what are the cuts to the high school? 3.0?
6.0.
6.0. And so what kind of money are we talking about? That's like 600,000? Yeah.
I would say more like what's that? 550.
With benefits?
No, that's too low. Not if you have administrators. I'm just saying.
That's 500.
First, not everyone has benefits, but the cuts for 3.0 were due to the enrollment. We knew that ahead of time, so those never got into the budget in the first place.
Right, so that is not part of the 8.2 million.
Okay.
Right, so
But it is a cut that was sustained
It is not.
at the high school, but it's not in the FY26 budget, right? That was cut before.
it was already omitted from the superintendent's initial budget, so that is not going to be part of
Right.
closing the gap now.
I missed that.
Sorry, the 3 for the student decline is not part of the.
We
That-
made
that's what we're
adjustment.
hearing now.
Yes, that was made, that adjustment was made, just like the social worker was made before we presented the budget. Yeah, enrollment adjustments were made before the budget was presented.
And so of the
What
so of the
Anthony's saying is that he's
8.4,
trying to give you the breadth of change between 25 and 26, so that people are aware that there's
Could
been
you just
adjustment.
net out for us what we might be voting for if someone were to make a motion?
It would be the 250.
250,000, which is 2.4 or something?
I think
3.0.
about 3.0.
so of the 8.4 FTE that we're discussing tonight, 1.0 in OSS was already omitted from the superintendent's initial budget. 3.0 for enrollment decline was already omitted from the superintendent's initial budget. That leaves 4.4, which is partly unspecified right now, that we could think of as helping us to close the gap.
Right, and the 2.4 component is part of the package of the OSS that has been presented. Anthony is just trying to say these are the pieces that impacted the high school and their thinking as they approach the $250,000 cut that's before you tonight.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this-
I need to go through that again. So of the 8.4 that was discussed, 3.3 of that is not real. So we're now down to 5.4.
Right.
Then
Sorry, by not real, you mean
It's already been, it's not in the budget.
not in the budget to begin
I'm
with.
now looking at, I'm sorry, it's all real. From the school committee's point of view, we're looking at at proposed cuts. So the proposed cut on the table is $250,000.
Yes.
Can we itemize that right now? What exactly is included in a $250,000 cut?
So no, we cannot itemize that right now.
Okay,
That's
then-
our point. We have confidence that we can do it. We don't know exactly how it's going to work out.
No, I understand that, and I appreciate the no fine-tuned details right now. Can we have broad strokes details about what's included in the 250,000? Because some things we know are not included, like the three. This is not an assignment for you here, because you did your job of figuring out what's changing from school year 24 to school year 25. Now we have to do our job about figuring out what's the cost difference from school year 25 to school year 24 to school year 25, or 25 to 26. I'm getting lost. So now I need, Susan, I need your help at figuring out what are the cost drivers in this difference. Does that make sense?
I
Some of
think,
these
Stephen,
have
I think
costs
the thing that
associated
you
with them,
want to
some
know
others
is
don't.
on one of their slides. It's the slide where they talked about the 0.8 MCAS, the 1.0 dean, and 1.0 associate dean, or whatever it was. That is the relevant bits and pieces
Can we
that they
pull
will
that
be
up again?
pulling from for the 250.
Can we pull that
Right.
up again so we could see what is included on the 250?
It's the balance, it's the second to the last slide.
The one area I would just caution us, I want to provide the clarity and transparency that we can. This is perhaps not my place. I'm not asking you to vote on, I mean, you can vote on the $250,000, but what I can't do is tell you right now what exactly that will be. I can tell you what we're considering.
It would have just been helpful, Andy, that when we got to this slide that we spend so much time explaining, that we should have just known in advance that it's not even part of the discussion. It's like historical information, and I, for one, was very confused about why we were going through all these pieces and what we're doing with sectioning and all that stuff if the cut's already out of
Sorry.
the budget.
Can I just want to, so the cuts to special education that were discussed in the beginning of this presentation are not part of what's proposed here.
Well, one.
Is that
Those are
correct?
part of the 12.9, Stephen. Those are part of row 17, which is the
That we already
What we're
12.9.
looking at right now,
That
is there
is,
anything related
No.
to the special education cuts?
no, this
Are
is the
special education
250.
cuts represented in the 250?
No.
No.
Okay. So that's all I'm trying to clarify right now, that at the beginning of the presentation, those proposed cuts are not included on the 250, and the 250 is fully represented on the current slide. I just want to be totally clear in my mind about what might be included in this motion. Forgive me for my slow pace of grasping this.
I'm not sure there's any motion coming
I
up,
know,
but
one
so
being
I
formulated.
guess so what we've heard about tonight, some of that sits in line 17, some of it sits in line 20, and some of it is not on our spreadsheet at all because it was never in any budget.
The two paras, for example, which were on that sheet, which are not part of that, what you have is line 12, I think.
Andy, I have a motion to make.
Okay, Mariah?
I'm gonna
I
move,
see also Val's hand is up.
okay, I'm gonna move 250,000
Sorry.
taken.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just having so much trouble keeping track of everybody's hands because I have two ends of the table to look at and two people remote, and I just apologize to anyone whose hand I'm not seeing, and I know I'm missing a lot of people. I'm doing my best.
Should I keep going?
Mariah?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna move 250,000 taken strictly out of administrative positions.
Second.
Oh, that isn't what they're asking.
Can,
if I may.
Yeah, Helen.
Mariah?
So it's been made and seconded, so it's on the floor. Yeah.
I'm not second.
No, Val seconded it.
I seconded it.
That is not our proposal, with all due respect. Our proposal is to make the cuts of $250,000. What I would far prefer is that if you want to vote tonight, that you vote that we have $250,000 in, and you have hired administrators to run your schools and make budget decisions, and I ask that you respect that. Thank you.
Helen, then Carolyn.
Well, so then I'll make an amendment to the motion that we take the 3 FTEs that you're talking about, which I question if it's 250,000, but if it's more, you'll let us know, and do that as our cut from the high school at this point.
The 3 FTEs?
Which,
Helen?
where,
3 FTEs, that's
where are
what
they
we were
from?
talking about. It doesn't matter. They're going to figure out where they're going to get the 3
Those are already
FTEs.
in the budget that we got, Helen, in January. That's
No,
already,
this is
yes.
an additional 3 FTEs of 250,000.
I don't understand
Correct?
your amendment, but if we're voting on an amendment, can we vote or reject it?
Do others understand?
The amendment hasn't been seconded, and I don't understand it.
Okay,
Well, out of respect for the process, I will second Helen's
thank you.
amendment.
What I'm trying to say, let me explain. We heard a presentation. There were a number of FTEs in it. The one piece that we could vote on that would be additional to what we've already taken is the 3.0 FTEs. In whatever way that they feel is most appropriate, hopefully through attrition and things like that, that would happen at the high school at this point. The question is, in my mind, is much more, is it 250, is it 300,000? Because I think the 250 is on the low side, but that's neither here nor there. You don't understand, Sue.
No, I do. I think, again, forgive me if this is misunderstanding. It's my understanding that this slide and the next slide comprises the $250,000 cut, not the 3.0 FTE.
They may determine that, I don't know, the MCAS coordinator is part of this, but they will put it together in the best way that they can with that knowledge that they're trying to cut. I'm going to say 300,000. Okay, I'm going to push a little.
Well, may I propose an alternate version, perhaps?
Go for it.
I would put a motion forward that we would consider the cuts on this slide and this slide alone as
No,
I
that's not what they're asking for.
I don't think we need a motion right now at all. We wouldn't know what we were voting on, and I think we have several more weeks in this process at least before the thing leaves the hands of the school committee. I would like the administration to have more time to work on this. That's my personal view. I cannot stop the committee from voting on a motion if it's been made and seconded. Carolyn?
Thanks. I'm just going to back up to some clarifying questions. I'm sorry, I need my glasses. That are going to just sound super boring and basic now. So you guys are talking about an expectation of a overall decline in the high school of about 40. So when I do the math, I'm getting 78. And maybe I heard somewhere you're not seeing, the high school hasn't been seeing as many coming back anymore. So just, the math was like March enrollment report, 8th grade totaled. Do you want me to? Just wondering where the 40 comes from.
So you
as a
can't just
general.
do straight line with the high school.
Yep.
It's not going to just roll straight along into the high school like 7th grade rolls into
Yep.
8th grade. When 8th goes to 9th, we always have increase. I can give you the year-by-year increase. In 2025, the class of 2025, which would have entered during COVID, or the tail end of COVID, was a 0% change. That year we had straight line. The following year we had 1.2% increase. The next year, the current class of the current sophomores, 1.6% increase from 8th grade to 9th grade. This year's class, 2.2% increase from 8th grade to 9th grade. So I'm comfortable, as Susan and I talked about this when we were going through these numbers, 1.5 growth puts us at about almost exactly 40, about 44 kids.
Okay.
So I think that the number is good, assuming the demographics are good, and you know, I've seen this vary between, you know, it could vary in any direction.
And then, thank you. So last year, class sizes were challenging. This year, much better for you, it sounds like. And then in the initial budget proposal that we got on page 80, there was already a 3.0 reduction. No, that's okay. And I actually wanted to say, as Hal was talking all along, just always want to acknowledge the complexity. I mean, it's harder than a college, right? Because colleges can control their enrollment. You have no control over your enrollment. So such appreciation. And I hope that someday AI will be your friend, Hal. Maybe you should design an AI. I mean, it's an enormous task. So, and then this is just super random, but one thing I don't know a lot about, when you're talking about the Bright program, is that a counseling program? That's not a separate program in the high school?
No, it's a temporary, it's, Robin described it. It is, it's mainstream, can be accessed by anyone. It's generally people who have been hospitalized or out for a significant period of time for some other reason, or in some cases we work with some students who are struggling with school avoidance, and they receive for a short period of time. It could be a week, it could be 2 weeks, it could be a little longer than that, giving them counseling support as well as tutoring support and liaising with their teachers. So what's really helpful, if a kid has had some mental health challenges and a hospitalization, they're not always ready or not often ready to waltz right into their 7 classes. Having somebody who can liaise with the teachers to say, hey, what's the pith here? What work does she need to do? What work can we set aside? So there's counseling, there's communicating with home, communicating with teachers, and it is a temporary, not a permanent program, and it's an incredible model that we're
The
fortunate
young
to
woman
have.
at the women in at the center talked about it last year. Yeah.
No, absolutely. It's a fantastic.
Concussion protocol, kids
Yeah.
in concussion
Okay.
protocol is also a very large part of what they do.
And then one more thing, sorry. And I don't know that you have the same thing we have, but we have this budget book. So under school, the line item called school counseling in what's prepared by Susan has for 25, 26, 23.1 FTE. So what does the school counseling line comprise? Social workers?
Adjustment and guidance counselors, so social workers, yes.
Psychologists are a different line.
So there's that many social workers.
Pre-K to 12.
Okay. I am, yeah, I'm looking at the high school, page 80, Susan.
We can enumerate that for you tomorrow.
It's not that big of a deal, I'm just, well, it's, so,
College, oh, sorry, 0.5 college counselor, somewhere around 12 counselors, and then as Robin said, 8 social workers, 4 generalists and 4 program-specific ones.
okay.
And
I'm
we're happy
asking-
to share those details. I mean, that I want to make sure my count is
I mean,
right.
at the end of the day, like, I trust your judgment for what works and Robin's. I'm just trying to contextualize when we're talking about, like, when you're talking about,
And Mariah's hand has been up for a very long time. I'd like to call on her, unless.
I'm done with my questions.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, Mariah.
Thank you. Would offer to withdraw my motion, but I just want to say that I understand what you said, Andy, about, you want to wait for a couple weeks, and just to say that in a couple of weeks, if this comes before us, I would not plan on voting for a proposal that looks at classroom cuts and cuts that affect the most vulnerable students. And further, I would just say that, like, all of the proposals we've been seeing have been quite specific, and we've made quite specific votes. So I would again say that the high school is not immune from offering us specificity, which is something that we have delved into the details across this entire process, and I think that needs to happen here.
So Mariah, are you asking for leave to withdraw your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so if there's no objection from the committee, then we don't have to vote on it. I see no objection. Anyone else want to comment on this before we move on? Sarah?
Well, then, to be clear, are we making a request to the high school to come back to us with what they're interested in cutting? Is that implied in what Mariah is saying?
Do you think that in about 2 weeks' time, you would be able to be more specific about this?
No.
No.
We're going to start our sectioning meetings April 7th. That'll take at least that full week. So at the beginning of that following week, we could have a much better idea.
Okay.
There's just no way to make any type of intelligent decision without having the tallies, knowing how many kids have requested each specific class, and working with all the coordinators. And that's going to happen that week of the 7th and probably into the beginning of the next week.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a meeting on the 17th.
Yeah. So Jesse and then Suzanne.
Just to clarify then, the cohort size in ACE of like 55 would not be really affected by the sectioning process, right? They're different things that are going on. So one option is that just ACE doesn't get touched when you come back with your proposal. Maybe that the cohort that seems to work very successfully at around the 55 range, that would, well, we don't know. We'd have to know whether if we brought it up to 60, 61, whether that would tip it to be less successful just because of the community. So so this would not really be related to the sectioning process or anything like that. I wanted to clarify. Since it's by application and an enrollment drop or increase wouldn't really affect the current cohort size or the cohort size moving forward.
Yes, we have not overseen. We sometimes section with Amy looking at numbers and looking at staffing. But I generally agree with you. Just a quick.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that I'm not available on Thursday, the 17th. I know that I have a personal obligation, but we're happy to come back before you.
Okay. I mean, I would leave
There's
this.
no
I would leave this
school on
open
the
because
18th, so officially that's kind of break.
we currently have no idea where the school committee will be. In early April. This is uncharted territory, I think. So yeah, I wouldn't pin us down right now to a calendar, nor you. Suzanne.
Well, I just want to go back to what I think Anthony said earlier, and perhaps Hal, is that you don't know at this point. It's nothing like K-8s where you have classes and a teacher and you have your specialist and you've got that figured out. You simply don't know where the sections are going to fall in the class enrollments. And so I don't know that you're going to be able to tell us even on April 17th, exactly who it is that you may be with attrition and everything. You may not even know that. So there is something to be said. I know we're not going to do it tonight, but there is something to be said for just voting that yes, you will cut 250 to 300,000, and we trust that you will do that well and will serve the students well. So I'm just saying I understand that this is really going to be difficult, I think, to come up with particular positions by April 17th.
Stephen.
So the original proposed cut that we saw was $500,000, and now we're hearing it's 8.4 FTEs and then $250,000. I'm not advocating for any particular number. I'm just wondering what targets were given Dr. Guillory and how were they determined? Because it's not clear to me. I certainly wouldn't give a recommendation for what you should look to achieve. I just want to know what recommendations were given.
So initially, the high school was tasked with reducing $500,000 and taking into consideration, and this is what the high school team is showing, the totality of their reductions or their impact for next year is the the equivalent of 8.4 FTE. That was the reason they threaded all of these pieces together. The task that you all were hoping to discuss tonight was the $250,000. So when we looked at the fact that they were impacted by the 3.0 FTE from their enrollment dip, as well as the OSS reductions that were proposed centrally by the previous deputy, but those positions were realized at the high school, we then said to then put 500,000 on top of that would be too much. So we reduced that 500,000 to $250,000 for those reasons.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I guess I just want to make my own comment here that if the $250,000 target pushes you into trying to increase the size of ACE and SWS classrooms, I would want to advocate against trying to meet that number, because I agree with Mariah and with Val that those programs are valuable not on a teacher to student ratio basis, but because they well serve the populations that they currently serve. So rather than trying to meet a $250,000 target, it's my preference that you leave the programs untouched and not meet that target. I'm only speaking for myself, obviously, but that's my preference.
Thank you.
Oh yes, Val's hand is up.
Thank you. Can we just go back to the administration positions? Approximately what savings are those 2.8 FTE?
Administration.
Yeah, what is the savings on that 2.8 FTE if you combined?
We haven't figured that exact number out. We're in communication with Dr. Givens, an associate dean. You know, as a unit A salary, they tend to be veteran. So somewhere around, I am being intentionally general here, somewhere around $100,000, any stipend for a small stipend with some additional days of employment that add another $6,000 or so. An unaligned administrator probably has a salary ranging between, say, $130,000 and $150,000, or an unaligned dean. So those are those two numbers. An MCAS coordinator.
I didn't hear what Hal said, but
Sorry about that.
my
We
terrible,
converted that
my
into
bad math is that we could probably make the entire high school reduction with 2 out of the 3. Is that about right?
No, probably not, and we probably couldn't run a high school if we just took the acts in that way. We're presenting to you the total of the things that we are considering to give you the confidence that we can make the cut of between 250 and Helen's math of 300,000. How we're going to do that, we're not prepared to say, and you know, just looking at that one bullet is not an efficient way for us to do this.
Jesse.
Just a question, maybe I missed it at some point. Somewhere in our original set of questions that we put in, maybe, was it 5 weeks ago or something like that, was a detailed org chart of BHS. Did we get that in one of the FAQ sections? I don't think it was in answer booklet 1 or answer booklet 2.
I think you all presented your org chart at the finance subcommittee, right? Yeah.
The joint, right, finance subcommittee that you all docketed is a joint meeting. So I'm honestly losing track of March, but I want to say it was early March. Yes, we shared an organizational outline that had different deans, associate deans, departments, number of FTE in departments. Happy to reshare that. There were a few errors in that we heard from our coordinators, and so we'd like to tighten that up before we reshare that.
It would be great to get it after after it's retightened. That would be great. Thank you.
Hal thinks he reshared it. We're happy to reshare it.
Hal did send it by email, and I thought Betsy was on that email and posted it on the committee materials, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Sarah, and then I think we might wrap this up.
Can you speak to anything about timeline for us? Is there, I think we're assuming that it's better for everybody if we wait on this. Is there any reason why it would be better tonight to make this decision to allow you to decide for yourselves where the 250,000 came? Because you could have staff that were more secure in their jobs, and you could know what you're posting for next year, or because it takes a while to figure it out anyway, is there no advantage to deciding this tonight?
Short of coming back here for another meeting, there is not much of an advantage. Spending time.
All right, so I think we might have to leave it here for tonight. I mean, we're all hearing, I think, the very deep discomfort on the committee with the idea that, in order to get to 250, we might have to raise class sizes in ACE. That's pretty unmistakable. Right?
I think there were 2 or 3 people who raised that concern,
Yeah,
not the committee.
And I said on the committee. I'm not speaking for the committee, but we all heard that and we all understand it. So, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
I mean, this
Rest of your
was
meeting.
certainly clarifying, if nothing else.
Yes.
Like we're now, I think, on the same page about,
Yeah, I'm sorry about the confusion with the budget book and this. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. All right, so our remaining items for tonight were IT and computers, transportation excluding special education, and the building department. If we're, once we get to around 10, I'd be open to ending the meeting regardless of where we are. But Dr. Guillory, are we ready to move on to computers and IT right now?
We are, and this should be hopefully pretty straightforward. So what you see in front of you, that is an eye test, and I'll make it bigger a little bit after I give the language here. So I consulted with Fung, the Chief Information Officer for the town, regarding our computer leases, because there was quite a bit of discussion or concern about that, what was presented in the budget book. And so my question to Fung was, what can actually be shifted or impacted for next year? There was quite a bit of discussion about or questions around the K2 Chromebooks, and could we impact those or shift away from those? So you see 3 categories of computers or computer type. The green grouping are the teacher computers, the tan colored are the student computers and leases, and then the blue are the administrative staff computers. So to make a long story short here, the question was also asked about, are there lease obligations that we could not take on for next year? And so Fung's general answer to that is no, because we are in different periods of those payments, and we have the equipment, and so we would essentially be defaulting on agreements that we have if we chose not to pay those. So in the teacher category, there are 2 groups or 2 line items that can be pushed out 1 year. And those 2 yellow items add up or total to $154,976.01. She says those are the only 2 that can be pushed out to FY27. And in the line that I'm circling here for the Chromebooks, this is a new lease that's starting that took a reduction this year. These units will start being delivered around April break, and the rest will be delivered during the summer to get ready for next school year. And that difference is $28,206.91. So in total, from our computer leases, what we have available to us for savings for next year would be $183,182.92 is what we could save. So the big lease here that you see, this FY26 is I believe, the 4th year of that lease payment. And so in FY27 would be the next opportunity to look at restructuring that lease to reduce those numbers down. So the available funds that our IT department, Chief Information Officer, has reviewed, looked at our leases and said what we have available to us is $183,183. Now what this does, what you note here, for example, this $28,000, again, that's the delta between some student Chromebooks, a lease that's ending, a new lease that's started or signed on as started. That delta, what tends to happen is if there are items that break or projectors that need replacing, sometimes those differences are used to cover those types of things. But we would essentially be removing any and all slack from our IT department for issues that may come up. So that's the caveat there. So $183,183 is available to us as a savings from IT computers. And I will pause this and make it bigger so folks can actually see it for questions.
I saw Helen and Carolyn. Oh, you weren't. Okay, so Carolyn, go ahead.
Thanks, Dr. Guillory. So part of the conversation that I've heard about this, in addition to just the financial question of whether there's any savings to be realized, is connected, as I've sometimes heard, to a sort of like ideological or programmatic question about, do we want our kindergartners through 3rd graders having Chromebooks in the classroom? I don't know operationally, what that looks like, what the desire is on the part of teachers right now. But I'm wondering when you talk about that slack, which I recognize, having been the occasional parent of a 12-year-old boy who knocked off Chromebooks over and whatnot, if there was some openness, and I don't even know how that conversation happens, to having fewer Chromebooks in classrooms, younger classrooms, would that help with that sort of like availability of devices?
Could definitely, I think, be retooled. And it's the notion of the K classrooms or the K through 2 classrooms that may use them as centers and those types of things. So, but if the decision is to scale them back and pull them back, I think, some staff are going to say they feel they have a need for them or purpose need. Certainly our 2nd grade teachers talk about a need there as well, especially as they start prepping them to learn how to type and those types of things, as well as maneuver. But there could be some opportunity in terms of restructuring what we currently have to make it available.
Without wanting to stray too far from the fiscal question at hand, Jody, could I put you on the spot a little bit just to talk about where Chromebooks are in our classrooms? Would that be appropriate to help us understand this? Thanks.
So as Dr. Guillory was saying, in our younger classrooms, they're primarily used as centers. Students would have the opportunity to work on programs such as Lexia during a center. We do need them for 3rd grade because the MCAS test is online. And so that is another important reason to have them in 2nd grade, to get students used to the functionality of using the Chromebook in order to be able to take the 3rd grade MCAS test. But in K-1, we could definitely work with our staff to find out how they're using them to further educational goals. I think one thing we all agree on and that I've heard from teachers is they don't just want to use technology for the sake of technology, they want to use it to further learning.
All right. Is there anything? Oh, Mariah. Okay, sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead.
I have a fundamental problem with the idea of needing second graders to use computers so they can be ready for MCAS in third grade. But putting that aside, I'm going to make the motion for $183,183 for savings.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Helen. So just to be clear, this discussion has been entirely about hardware. Okay, so will software come up separately? Because I had thought that this would be part of today's. Okay. Oh, Jody's coming up to address this.
Here I am again.
Yeah.
We were preparing to talk about software tonight, and Scott Moore and I have been having discussions that have changed the tenor of that. So we're not prepared to do that tonight.
Okay.
We'll be able to be more prepared to do that next week.
Okay, and many thanks to Scott for writing the memo that is giving us all some background on this. Thanks.
Wait.
So we have a motion on the floor. Stephen, you have a
Just
comment?
Sorry, I didn't realize that was all hardware. I thought you were saying, Dr. Guillory, that part of that was support for the hardware on the slide, but I'm sorry. So this slide is just the leasing costs, which represents a potential of $28K. And then where's the rest of the hardware potential savings? I'm sorry.
So the yellow lines are costs that we could push out another year. So you have 103,000 here, you have 52,500 here, and then you have the 28,000 here.
Sorry.
So that's the 183.
Thank you.
All right, Sarah.
So pushing out costs doesn't really solve problems, right? Because then we have to address them in the following year. So I would think that this is part of the discussion, right, is what we can push out in costs. And then the other part of the discussion is based on the leases, is there—
Sarah, it's hard to hear you because you're not talking into the mic. Thank
Sorry.
you.
Based on the leases, is there a point at which we can decide to not have as many students have their hands on computers? And I do think that we need to push that, because just pushing costs to a different year doesn't get us to what we need to be doing here.
Yes, so the largest student lease is here in the middle, the 319,000. That lease will be up for FY27. So this is the opportunity to effectuate the largest change to our computer purchases when this lease expires.
I stepped out, so I think I might have missed that. So that's great. So when we push out these costs, then we could make a different choice to offset those costs in the following year. Okay.
All right, are we ready to vote on this one? I think so. Jesse?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right. Our two remaining items were transportation and the building department. It's now 9:30.
Helen, do you want to do building department first?
I'm happy to, if that's the committee's pleasure.
Can I ask who would be talking about transportation?
Yeah, if you want to go first. No? Okay. So I've been in discussions with Mr. Simmons in the building department, and what I feel comfortable with today proposing to the committee is the increase on the 3.6 million that we're giving to the building department to maintain and repair our buildings. So within that, the increase was $162,499, and I would like to propose that we not do the increase for this next year, just for context, we have been going up almost every year in terms of increases for the building department. And this was, I think, a 4.5% increase, if I remember correctly. And I think we just don't have it to give this year. So we have a little bit less painting. We'll have a little bit less painting this year and more the following year, hopefully. But I think that this is a reasonable piece. The other piece that when I talked to you earlier about, I talked to you about a possible $400,000 cut, and that we're still discussing because Mr. Simmons, rightfully so, wants to look at the savings in electricity over this time. That's what it was gas and electricity, actually, to look at both of those. And we'll have a better idea in April of what those are. So at this point, I'd like to hold off on that to give him time to get those numbers to us to do it appropriately. But I would like us to at least vote the 100 so that we start more movement towards getting our gap down.
Can you just,
Closing our gap.
can you just review where the 6.3 million down to what?
Not 6 point.
That's what I heard you say.
3.6 million is what we transfer to the building department. This is in this year's. I think last year was 3.4 million, approximately. Don't quote me on it, but it was around that amount. But we had some substantial increases over the years because they weren't able to accomplish the things that we needed to have happen in the repair and maintenance budget. This money is above the line, okay?
Yeah.
It's before the town school partnership. They take it from our piece of the partnership. So rather than it going into that bucket, it would come then down below the line into our bucket, the 162,000. Is that, you're looking at me sort of?
No, don't get it. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not getting it right away. So
Okay.
you said it's above the line, but under this, it will come below the line?
Well, it's similar to if you think about benefits. You know, we pay for, they take the benefits out of our part of the above the line costs.
I thought the point of being
The
above the
fixed
line was
cost.
that it wasn't really our part or the town's part. It's just one thing above the line. And
Well, it's
below the
it's
line.
a little
then
more,
there's a split. Okay.
Susan, maybe you can explain it
Yeah.
better than I don't want to.
I think it's kind of like there's two above the lines. So the above the line that we talk about typically is there's the gross revenue, and then there's a few items that are netted out before the allocation comes into play. Because the building department is representing the maintenance costs for us, they get kind of lopped off of our allocation afterwards. And so by making this reduction, because it's not above the big line, it would come directly into our coffers.
And just to be clear, I mean, some school systems, the building maintenance is done within the school department budget.
Correct.
In some places, like here,
Most places.
we used to do that, and there were some problems with that. And so we, many years ago, probably 20 years ago or more, decided that we would take money from our budget. We used to vote that amount from our budget into that budget. That's changed over the years, where it's figured out ahead of time and then sort of given to us.
So the school allocation goes against the school side. The town allocation for buildings goes to the town side.
And we're about 75% of the building
So
department.
so
That
by
part of
reducing the
building
amount on the
department's
school side budget of the public building department, it comes to us. If they had reduced it on the town side, then it would go directly to the town side of the.
If you want to hold off on this, we're having a capital subcommittee meeting. We can do the whole explanation if that makes it easier.
Anyway, what
This
matters
is
for
a
us at
small
this moment
piece.
is that you're proposing to level fund this item, and that relative to the initial budget that the superintendent presented is a savings of how much?
$162,499.
Okay. Thanks. Carolyn?
So Helen, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that we would just be taking
Our own money.
$162,000 less into our budget more.
It reduces our gap.
Yeah.
More comes into our budget it's a revenue that we would
Understood.
have as
Thank you.
opposed
Yes,
to-
I meant for buildings. And do you have a sense, is this going to be just like you said, like less painting, carpet weights?
Could be window washing.
There weren't very specific things.
No.
And it would just be R&M.
And
We're
it-
not talking about jobs.
No.
Yeah, yeah.
No, we're
Just-
not talking about any
just
positions.
work.
We're not talking
Yep.
about,
Yep.
there's certain things that are in the CIP that are in Charlie's budget.
Yeah.
It's a complicated piece, the
Yeah.
building part. But this is just the increase that he's assuming there might be with some.
Okay. And you are comfortable with this?
I am very comfortable with this. And more importantly, Charlie was able to come to be comfortable.
Okay.
Was he happy? No, I won't say he was really happy, but he was comfortable with this piece.
Is there any recent precedent for sort of level funding this item?
Actually, no, we've gone up.
We've always gone
every
up.
year,
Okay.
yeah. And so that's the other reason that I feel somewhat comfortable. It's a small part of the total budget, and I think that it can be managed. Just like we're trying to manage our budget.
Okay. Let's see, Jesse and then Suzanne.
Yeah, just a clarification maybe then, Helen, to Sarah's point earlier. Are we just kicking something down the road here? In other words, this is maintenance that we think we need to have done, and we're saying, no, we'll give it another year. So our buildings get a year older, and I wasn't going to say paint, but whatever it was that had to get done is now further aged. Labor prices,
So we
materials
have-
prices may go up,
Yeah.
and as a result, the money we're saving right now becomes 12 and 15%, more expensive
Well-
next year, and then we've got to find that money again.
I don't think that's the case because we have in-house painters, Charlie has, that we pay for 75% of their budget. So it would be the paint supplies, possibly. I don't think that's where he would cut. There's in-house electricians, there's in-house plumbers. So, and we're not cutting any of that. This is an assumption that there's a need for more. And I mean, I think that it's fair to level fund it. 162,000 out of 3.6 million is not a lot of money.
No.
They didn't spend their entire allocation last year.
Right, I was,
Yeah.
And there's,
I was just going to ask what the delta was, so, okay. And do you know about how much, or?
I think it was
Six.
like 2%, something, 2%.
Yeah.
Yeah, they spent 98, and I think the year before it tends to be like 98, one was 94,
You never
maybe.
know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other piece. You never know what can happen.
Right.
And there's, sometimes circumstances
Right.
beyond anyone's control.
And there's millions of dollars worth of deferred maintenance on our buildings, unfortunately, but I would agree, I mean,
And we're working.
we've got to
to
tighten
get
our
that.
belts, so it's a tight belting year. Belt tightening year.
Suzanne?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask if they spent it all last year, and they did not. And so, I don't know, I don't think 162 is that much out of a $3.6 million budget. And we are desperate for money, so I would push much harder for something like your original idea of 400,000.
Well, and that's what we're going to work on. I don't
mean,
wanna
I don't
hold
wanna make
back
Charlie mad at
until
me,
I
but,
feel-
yeah.
I mean, we have to pay our bills. We have to pay our gas bill. We have to pay our electricity bills. We can't, not pay them, and we don't want to go to the advisory committee for any.
And is that in that 3.6 million?
No,
No.
it's a separate bucket.
Okay, well, I just,
Yeah.
there's a lot of bad choices we have to make, and this might be a place where I would suggest taking more money. Sorry, Charlie, I know he's not going to like that.
I definitely will work on it. You know, that if there's any possibility, that's certainly my goal.
Well, then we better not vote now.
Right.
Why?
Why can't we vote now and then
No, we
vote
can
again
add
later?
more. Oh, yeah, I'll come
Um,
back.
Okay.
We'll have to
This is
redocket
not,
it.
this is for now.
For now.
For now, I recommend, I would like to make a motion to reduce the cost of, hold on, where is it? 162,499 of the allocation to the building department. That's the increased cost above level funding.
Okay, but be it understood that this may not be the last time we revisit this item.
Correct.
Okay. Any
guess-
second to that?
I second it.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
Well, let Carolyn do it. She
Oh,
did it.
I got beaten
had your hand.
punch again.
Jesse?
I was just going to say that we need to be proactive to make sure it comes around again onto our docket so that we don't consider it finished.
All right, any further comment before we vote? I'll start with our remote members this time. Mariah?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Yeah, Carolyn?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. All right, this brings us to our last item of the night, which was transportation excluding special education. Dr. Gibbons.
Okay, so the original proposal was to consider reducing costs by 300,000 and potentially either cutting the high school transportation or raising fees again. The feedback we received was that from the committee was that your override campaign promised that we would eliminate fees for the South Brookline bus for the high school, and so it's my understanding that you wanted to leave the BHS transportation and not charge fees. So the revised proposal before you tonight for your consideration is that we reduce regular education K-8 buses from 4 to 2 for an estimated savings of about $200,000. It would have no impact on Pierce, and obviously it would maintain the Brookline High buses. What we would be doing, in essence, through this proposal is right-sizing the routes based on school committee policy requirements. So your policy states that we would transport students in grades K through 6 who live greater than 1.5 miles from their assigned school. That's more generous than the state law, which is 2 miles. But so we're going by your policy. And then your policy also states that we would transport students who are eligible on the free and reduced lunch program, regardless of distance, including those students who are part of the McKinney-Vento population who reside within Brookline. And we would transport native language support students who live 2 miles from their assigned school. So that is what your policy says. So our recommendation would be to right-size our routes, and by doing so, we'd be able to reduce from 4 until 2. So that's in essence what the proposal is. Dr. Guillory, can you move to the next slide? Thank you. Okay, so potential impacts that we would no longer provide transportation to the optional riders. So in the policy, it talks about optional if we have capacity. And so really we would be, we'd no longer be providing students that live less than 1.5 miles from their assigned school. And there's not a ton of those. And then we would not be providing services for the PM recreation program. And the PM recreation program, our rec departments, for our rec department, is aware of that. So that's really the potential impacts, that whatever the shuttles are, that the rec program would have to, think differently about how their program's working in that way, and provide shuttles themselves or or modify their program in some way.
So, if I can, the rec department program is their after-school program?
Yes.
Okay, so it makes sense that they would provide, and they didn't before?
That's my understanding. I don't know how long we've been doing it, but I know we're doing it now.
You mean there's a program at Elliott?
At Elliott, not Elliott, at the other one, at Sewell. There's an after-school
Oh.
program, I think, at Sewell. Maybe it's Elliott.
Joe's on the call, so
Maybe he
he can
knows.
answer where they're transporting them, the location specifically, Joe, that they're transporting students to.
It's for kids who can't get into their.
I'll have to look at the bus stops, but I thought it was Elliott. I can definitely confirm that.
Maybe Elliott, I may be wrong.
And
I'll double check and I'll get back to the group tomorrow.
can somebody put a number on that, the shuttle service specifically?
I think it was 20, is it 23, Joe, or 28?
For students
For the rec
living,
department.
the rec, 28 students.
Sorry, I mean a cost specifically. What has PSB been spending on that shuttle service?
We do that because we have 4 buses that are running. To go down to 2, we wouldn't be able to accommodate that and the required transportation component.
And can you please go back to the other slide? So this is, I know this is always confusing. So we contract buses and then they get allocated hither and thither.
Bus routes are developed based on the ridership.
Okay, and so you're saying by going down to 2, you would cut that rec by right-sizing these routes between all of those changes. You feel confident, or Joe does, or whoever's doing the routes. Who does the routes now?
The operations team. So Joe's team does that.
Okay, so you feel comfortable you could eliminate 2 buses. And are all of the Pierce, this is Pierce students going up to
Fisher Hill,
Newbury
Fisher Hill.
correct.
and going from Fisher Hill to OLS for sports? Isn't there a van in there? Or that was going to be a maybe?
That was, we had put some cushion in case the ridership was greater than the bus capacity, so we could add that. But we have not exceeded the capacity of the existing buses, so we haven't needed any additional vans.
So it's 2 runs there and 2 runs back.
Actually,
I think it's 3, right, Joe?
it's 3.
That's.
There's an early and then 2 lates in the morning, and then two on time, and then a late bus from Fisher Hill.
Okay, and then sorry, because Helen's mic isn't on and mine is, so I'll keep going. So this is on the slide, but Helen is saying that the cost of those 4 runs is part of the Pierce building project. It's not part of PSB's.
That's
cost.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So you're just having on here to say it's not going to be impacted.
Exactly.
Okay.
We wanted people to be clear
Okay.
that,
Yep.
figured if we didn't say, then people would be asking, what's
Okay.
happening to the
Yep.
Pierce. So
Okay,
I'm
perfect.
just trying to be clear.
Thank
that
you.
Nothing's happening to Pierce. Nothing's happening with the high school runs. Really what it amounts to now is that we would be right-sizing based on your policy for required transportation.
Sarah and then Mariah.
So for those of you who are on policy, I don't think it represents enough savings to talk about right now, but I'd just like you to mark for discussion later that native language support students, that might be something that we should address at some point in policy. And my reasoning for that is that I have such a strong value at students being in their local school so that they, play basketball on the basketball courts after school with their friends. And I'm not sure that our native language support students are really being transported to classrooms where the teacher speaks the language anymore, that, their home language. So just thought that maybe we could mark that as something to discuss at a later date. For policy for the buses, yes. For the way that our school committee policy is written right now, that includes that we would put this into our transportation, I would just like to ask that question at a later date.
The question being,
That do we need to still provide transportation for native language support students? Because I'm not sure that our students are being transported to schools where they have classroom teachers that speak that language. So I think that, so like Runkle is our Spanish speaking, school, right? And it's great to bring students together with other students who have the same home language. I love that part of it. But we might have a policy here that's a little bit outdated because I'm not sure that they're being placed into classrooms where the teacher speaks that language.
got it. So they're in a cohort of kids with the same
That's
native
the benefit,
language,
sure,
but
let's
not,
discuss it.
not the teacher. Got it. Thanks. Jesse, you had your hand up?
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot that Mariah
has-
was in line. And then
Let
Jesse.
Mariah go first.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm a little confused. So what happens to students who are native language support students who live 1.51 miles away from their assigned school? I don't understand how the third bullet and the first bullet there work in tandem.
That's something that, okay. I was just going to say that's something that our enrollment team noticed as well, and it's something definitely to reconsider in amending. So obviously it applies to the right sizing perspective of 1.5 miles from assigned school rather than 2 miles.
Okay.
Right now, the information in Aspen, it indicates only, if I bear with me, I'm just looking at the data. Entitled by school committee policy at 2 miles of, we actually required for student population of just 4 students right now.
I see. I would also make the motion to accept the $200,000 in reductions.
Do we have a second? Okay, Suzanne spoke first. Jesse, you had your hand up.
It's not my night.
Yes, I had a question on the other slide about optional riders. Maybe it's just a clarification. Could we switch to the other one? I don't know who's running the slides. Yeah, what does optional riders mean? Do we have buses that have no capacity, so we can't take an additional student on it? Or is this kids who live less than the 1.5 miles, but there's a bus stop that takes them somewhere anywhere? What is that?
There's a few things that are listed as optional. So let's say we had capacity. Parents could then say, is there space on the bus? And we can run it. But as we consolidate and we are transporting more students on fewer buses, then the ability to offer opportunities for optional riders diminishes significantly. So that's an example. So it would be anything, like in your policy, it lists what's optional.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if we have space, we can do this.
Well, I mean, given that direction you're explaining this, dropping the number of buses by 50% either means that most of our buses to be full at half are only half full now.
Correct.
And is that the case?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so that's important information to know that we're running buses that are maybe half full or less all the time. So this is really something we shouldn't be looking at for FY26. The question would be, why are we still running 40% loaded buses today? And why aren't we changing it for Monday? You know, I mean, the money's draining out.
Because you have optional riders now. And you're already in the middle of, a year with
Yeah,
transporting the PM recreation program, and it would be incredibly disruptive
Right, I understand.
right now to make the shift. But
But I mean-
informing parents and, working with the rec department and all that gives people lead time as we consolidate.
I'm talking about like.
Oh, why wasn't it done before this year?
Yeah, like a year ago, when I wasn't on the committee, so the bus ridership must be a metric that's watched by somebody, some group within the school department as the year progresses, so there are points, how are we doing and all that? What's our ridership look like? So why wouldn't we have known about this significantly earlier?
I think part of the reason why we don't have that information tonight is
Well,
because the person that was coordinating our transportation left.
Oh, okay.
And yes,
Oh.
so we don't have access to the tacit organizational knowledge there.
Okay.
We also
although
didn't
I
have a
still-
director of operations last year,
No,
right?
we didn't.
So
You had me, Aaron, and Ed. I mean, we did our best.
Okay,
We did
thank
our
you.
best.
All right,
Thanks for
I
clarifying.
think we might be ready to vote now. So Jesse?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Mariah?
yes.
And I vote yes. All right, that concludes that giant agenda item.
Can I ask just a question?
yeah.
Mariah, have you been keeping track of what the
I
total?
have been. Yes, I have been.
I
and-
knew you would. Can
Yep,
you
I've been
provide it?
over here. Yeah, so I need to
Yes,
like
I don't
double
think-
check my formulas, but let me say that,
Yes.
hold on, let me add in what we just did. Sorry. It should be
No problem. I think it's a critical.
Yeah,
critical thing to keep
4.382 that we have cut so far, which would leave us with a gap of 3.675.
Thank you.
Sure, but again, like, let me double check all the formulas tomorrow and such. Andy, we have one more thing on the agenda, right?
Yes, we do. So, well, two more things. So subcommittee and liaison reports. Would anyone have a problem if we don't do those tonight? All right. And then new business. Any new business?
Are we going to discuss the letter from BCF? I thought that that was on the agenda for tonight.
I don't know about any agenda, but if you wanted to mention it, it would be now.
Well, I think
don't
Jody
we
was
can
going to speak
discuss
to it.
substantively. Would you like to, Jody? Okay. Is this more in the nature of an update?
So, very exciting update.
Sorry, this is new business?
This is new business. A coalition of groups in town being coordinated by the Brookline Community Foundation has come together and is working to raise funds to fund the position of Assistant Director of the Office of Educational Equity, the equity leads, and the supplies for the office. So so far, we just got an email, have raised another $20,000. So they've raised $85,000 towards their total of $205,000, approximately $205,000. I just wanted the community to be aware that this was ongoing work that members of our community are taking on because of something that they value.
So any school committee action on this would be, I suppose it would be a grant acceptance eventually if it came through. My understanding is that this is going ahead in the expectation that we would eventually take over funding the positions through the METCO grant.
Yes, and the reason this is an allowable expense on the METCO grant is because the METCO grant is for funding anything that has to do with equity and our METCO students. So this, of course, would be an equity measure, given the professional development and work that Christy is doing with her teams at the schools.
Any questions on this? I don't think we can have a substantive discussion on it right now, but this is just so that the community is aware of these efforts. Okay, thank you very much, Jody. So that leads us to adjournment. We're adjourned. Thank you all.
Recording stopped.